$26.5 million for its debut weekend.
And a franchise is born.
Yeah.
Right? You had two very successful movies. You know they're going to keep coming back.
Disney's Tron Ares tumbled in its second week out, dropped 66% from last week for a take of $11.1 million.
I still want to see it. I don't want to see it on an IMAX screen.
Yeah.
So hopefully that'll be the case in a week or two.
That said, it was good enough to secure the second spot. Aziz Ansari's Good Fortune, which also starred Keanu Reeves and Seth Rogen, debuted in third place with $6.2 million, below expectations. One Battle After Another was fourth place with a haul of $4 million, and then Channing Tatum's Roofman landed in fifth place with $3.7 million this time around. We're going to start with a lighter story, and then we'll go into the heavier stuff. But Pete Davidson surprised his girlfriend, Elsie Hewitt, with an unforgettable date night on Friday.
Oh, yeah?
Hewitt revealed on Instagram that Davidson flew her on a private jet without telling her the destination. And when they landed, she learned that they were in Minnesota to see Sir Paul McCartney perform at U.S. Bank Stadium.
And that very night, some guy had scrimped and saved and took his girl to Olive Garden.
Yeah. Right.
And sees this.
Dude, I was thinking
it's
the
like,
same
come on,
thing.
man.
I was thinking the same thing. And what she wrote about on her Instagram story was she captioned this, "I'm crying. He's so cute."
Yeah, he's real cute.
Isn't he cute?
When he gets
so
a
cute.
private jet to Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
He's so cute that they maybe also stayed for the Eagles game the next day.
Did they?
Did they?
I don't know. I'm just guessing. I mean, if you're flying all the way to Minnesota to see Paul McCartney, and
It's
the Eagles
possible. He's a fan.
happen to be playing there too.
Davidson went a step further by arranging for them to meet McCartney backstage.
Who are you?
And Hewitt called it a special little bucket list moment.
Who's the trim?
Adding, "Do I have the sweetest, most thoughtful boyfriend or what?" So
You're both annoying.
So there you go.
Leave me alone. Who let you back here? Are you here for the Eagles or me?
So, she says that's so cute that he did that.
It is so cute.
Isn't that cute?
And she's expecting, yes?
Yep.
Yeah. Is it their baby?
It is,
Yes.
yeah.
It's Paul McCartney's baby.
It's Paul's.
Whoopsie-doo. Did a little bit of the whipsie-doo and the diddle-doo. Dropped a load of whippity-doo in the bippity-boo.
Luppy bupper in the bupper.
Buppity-boos in the binkin' bar.
She opened up about having surgery for endometriosis while pregnant.
That's going to be painful.
Yeah, so I don't know any of the details on that or how endometriosis affects a pregnancy, but she's been very open and talked about that, so I guess good luck to her with that.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So here you go, a little more serious stuff. Prince Andrew is officially giving up his royal title, a major move amid renewed scrutiny over his ties to child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. He said in a statement on Friday, in discussion with King Charles and my immediate and wider family, we have concluded the continued accusations about me distract from the work of His Majesty and the royal family.
What can I say? You effed up. You trusted me.
He said, I have decided, as I always have, to put my duty to my family and country first. And he said, with His Majesty's agreement, we feel I must now go a step further. I will therefore no longer use my title or the honors which have been conferred upon me.
So when it's pared down, does he become like straight up a civilian without any of the things that are afforded a royal?
I don't know. It says royal title, so I'm not really sure. The decision comes after the Times reported that King Charles was considering all options, following what one source called it a tipping point between the brothers. Andrew has long denied any wrongdoing in his ties to Epstein, maintaining that he has no recollection of ever meeting Epstein's main accuser, Virginia Giuffre, who accused Andrew of sexual assault when she was 17 years old in a meetup organized by Epstein's jailed associate, Ghislaine Maxwell. And Giuffre sued Andrew in 2021, ending in an undisclosed settlement outside of the court, and would go on to take her own life in April. But there's a little bit more, too. As Prince Andrew steps back from his royal titles, his ex-wife Sarah Ferguson, a.k.a. Fergie, is doing the same and officially dropping her title as Duchess of York. Ferguson was already known professionally as Sarah Ferguson since their 1996 divorce. People reports that she'll now use that name exclusively in all areas. The couple may be divorced, but they remain together. The renewed interest in Epstein's files has led to multiple outlets claiming Andrew is being investigated for reportedly emailing Guthrie's social security number and birth date to one of his security staff members in an effort to uncover information about her and possibly try to smear her reputation.
I'd like to see both of them on Celebrity Big Brother. Wouldn't that be interesting?
Fergie and Prince Andrew? Yeah, sure. It'd fit right in.
Yeah. I didn't know you were going to be using the hot tub.
Yeah, so there's going to be obviously more on that.
Because they do have that confessional. Maybe we'll learn a lot.
Yeah, actually he would confess
I was
to
very good friends with Epstein.
Oh, my God.
And I often availed myself of the ladies on his island. I feel free in this room.
Sir, this isn't like a priest that you're speaking to.
It's not? No one's watching, are they?
All right, here's another heavy topic. Things took another dramatic turn in court on Friday as Denise Richards and ex Aaron Vipers was arrested on the spot with Denise's lawyer saying he's being charged with spousal abuse. Us Weekly
official charge of spousal abuse.
Confirmed this. Yeah, an eyewitness told us they saw Vipers being led outside of the court and did not return, adding that Denise is here. She's calm and talking to her team. Another witness said Vipers didn't seem to understand that he was about to get arrested and appeared confused.
Have you ever had a time in your life where you had a team?
No.
When you can talk to a team? Let me talk to my team.
Since then, Aaron's reps put out a statement confirming his arrest and that he was later released on bail. We have not seen the criminal complaint. This is who is saying this. I hate it when they put the quote first and then the person afterwards. Anyway, Aaron's rep said that we had not seen the criminal complaint, but we believe that it is most likely based upon the sum of the same false accusations.
The sum of the same.
Yeah. That Denise Richards has brought against Mr. Vipers. An insider also revealed to us that Vipers reportedly paid a $200,000 bond for his release and took a picture with his bail person once he was let go.
I'm going to imagine that, or at least assume this has something to do with that picture we saw of Denise Richards with the black eye, right?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, that no one has ever explained that away.
Yeah. So he was in court with Richards as their tense divorce and restraining order battle rages on. So there is a lot more of this to come. Yeah.
They seem like two crazy kids.
Christina Applegate just joined Instagram at the age of 53. In her very first post, she wrote about how unlikely she once thought her presence on Instagram would be. She said, "Hi, everyone. Christina here. And if you told me a year ago that I'd be on Instagram, I would have said F off. But here I am, and so I'm going to do it my way, real, raw, and honest." I don't know why she held out on Instagram. She's on the other social media accounts.
Is. I don't know.
So I don't know what her deal was with that.
You know, we all sort of pick our ones that we hang on, you know, and maybe that was her modus operandi, but good for her. For a while there, it was looking really kind of bleak, at least her mindset and everything, and I like to see this. This is cool because... Anchorman, the original Anchorman, was on over the weekend, and she's so freaking good in that and so adept at comedy, and I'd love to see her, get back to a little bit of that if she can physically.
She explained why she had a change of heart. She said, "I'm going to be posting a lot of stuff about my book journey and other personal stuffs. Hope that you'll follow." In her second Instagram post, she welcomed fans and followers in a video clip, thanking them for the support and love, and saying that she would share her life on Instagram, the good, the bad, the ugly, and the in-between. Joe Manganiello and Caitlin O'Connor are engaged.
Yay!
The couple who have been together for nearly 2 years.
By the way, we'll reflexively say yay to anything like that, yeah.
Yeah. They broke the news in simultaneous Instagram post Friday, alongside a picture of the happy couple and Caitlin's impressive ring. They had
somebody's getting married.
They added the caption, June 24th, 2025, indicating that they've kept the news under wraps for almost 4 months. Rumors about the couple first surfaced in September of 2023, about 2 months after he filed for divorce from his ex, Sofia Vergara. 3 months later, those rumors are confirmed when the two made their red carpet debut at the Children of Armenia Fund Gala in New York City. So they are engaged officially.
I was telling Preston about this video that is making the rounds on social media, and it's from a show that I actually had seen where he gets this custom-made Dungeons & Dragons. We were talking about Dungeons & Dragons. Yeah. This huge conference room-sized Dungeons & Dragons, handmade, taken from like a huge piece of lumber that they polished and carved, and This thing's just gigantic. That's how much of a fan he is.
So it's the board, or the game that they play the actual game on, huh? Well, that's pretty awesome. If you can do that for your man cave or whatever it is, nice, or your dungeon or whatever they call it. Hey, congrats are in order for Stella Banderas. She is the daughter of Antonio Banderas and Melanie Griffith, and she married her longtime love, Alex Grzinski, in
Stella!
Spain on Saturday.
You are very beautiful.
The couple announced their engagement on Instagram in August of last year, and they met in the ultimate meet cute. They were classmates in preschool.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Yeah, so, I don't know.
Do you think at that time there were any feelings?
I don't know.
In preschool?
Don't really know.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not, no.
Yeah.
I didn't have my first crush on a girl. Actually, it was like first grade, early on.
How old are you in first grade?
7, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, that would have been
6 or
about it
7,
for me.
like that.
Yeah.
That's when I first was
It
like,
was Terry Donadio.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I don't remember.
Terry
who it was.
Donadio went all through elementary school.
No kidding.
And so she was, and everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone loved Terry. Not had their way. Everyone
Boy, she
nailed
worked her way
Terry
through
Donadio.
grade school.
Oh my God.
I'll tell you.
All right, yeah, we'll save that.
I'm still friends with my first crush, and I've known her since first grade, and her name's Tracy Lewis, and she worked for John Bolaris for a little bit at NBC10. She lives in North Carolina now, but we chat occasionally. It's I just think it's really cool to be friends with anybody from like kindergarten or first grade, and to be friends. You know, for these two to like get married eventually, I think that's sweet.
Yeah, agreed. All right, just hours before their divorce, we talked about marriage here a couple times.
Listen,
now we're
that's the
talking
way life
divorce.
works, man.
But there's light at the end of the tunnel. Just before their divorce trial was about to get underway, Joshua Jackson and Jodie Turner-Smith have asked the court to forget the whole thing.
Yes. I like those two together.
Last Tuesday, Turner-Smith's legal team filed court documents requesting that the trial, scheduled to begin on Wednesday, be taken off the court's calendar.
But does that mean that they're still getting divorced and not going to trial, or are they getting back together?
It could be one of those two things.
Yeah, there's no indication of what it's going to mean at this point, Nick. The actress explained that she worked out a deal with Jackson to hash out a custody deal. Well, there it is. No, I'm sorry.
All right.
A custody deal for outside of the courtroom. Guess I should have read the whole story.
Yeah. Got all
I'm
happy.
really tired
It's
today.
okay.
That's all right.
I've put about 75% in today so far, folks.
All right.
Just to level with you.
What we're getting at 75 is rocking.
The couple share a daughter, Juno, and have been disagreeing on several key parenting points. But apparently,
Sam Rocco, tonight I'll be operating about 65%.
But apparently, the couple feel they can resolve their differences without the court's help. So.
Yes.
But at least there's that. You know what I
Mitigation
mean?
lawyers, right? I mean, a lot of people will bypass the mechanics of a regular divorce proceeding and try to hash it out this way.
Yeah, if you can avoid going through the whole legal hassle of it all.
I shared one lawyer with my ex-wife, and it made everything a lot easier. We didn't really disagree on much, and we never went to trial, and just, one lawyer negotiated the whole thing. Joshua Jackson's ex, Jodie Turner-Smith, who's in this story, obviously just a complete knockout. And then I think he ended up dating somebody who looked a lot like her.
Like almost an exact replica. Yeah.
And I don't know if they're still together or not.
He's got a type.
Yeah.
Maybe he is, because now that we know that it's just simply legal and they're not trying to rekindle the flames.
Yeah. All right, so this was good news, I think anyway. Kristen Bell says that the third film in the Frozen franchise will soon start production.
Okay.
Bell, who plays Anna in the first two films, says that she hasn't seen or heard anything about the music for Frozen 3, but she has seen a script. And she said, that's all I can say. I'm under a rock. I'm under lock and key, not under a rock. I'm under lock and key, she said, but also explained the script process that Frozen 3 will be released in 2027. The original film, of course, came out in 2013. The sequel arrived 6 years later in 2019.
So the first one, which there was such a way, it was so all-consuming in the pop culture landscape, and it took a while to see it. I love it. I know you're not a big fan, Case, or that it doesn't really move the needle for you.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
I just don't like Idina Menzel's voice all that much.
I kind of do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I loved that first movie. I thought the second one was just kind of okay. But my kids liked it a lot.
Yeah.
So what do I know? So we lost Hollywood legend Gene Hackman earlier this year.
No,
earlier this year.
Again?
You remember that? Yeah.
Man.
Again.
They lost him.
Where is he?
Damn it.
He's dead, but they lost him.
Somebody took the headstone.
Where'd Gene go?
No, 9 months after his passing, some of his personal collection of career memorabilia
This is either Gene or Buddy Hackett.
is hitting the auction block.
Ah.
Bonham's Auctions has announced that working with the Hackman's estate that they'll be running 3 auctions. The first one, the Gene Hackman Collection, A Life in Art, will be held on November 19th in New York and focus on the art collection that the actor accumulated throughout his life. Bonham's will then hold 2 online sales beginning November 8th and November 25th that will feature Hackman's personal artworks, annotated books from his library, scripts and posters, among other memorabilia from his movie career, including 3 of his Golden Globes. So this is all up for sale.
Wow, because in the way he died, both he and his wife, I guess she was at the time.
Right, yeah.
So I wonder I assume he had some sort of will or some sort of wish as to what would happen to his possessions afterwards, but this seems like they're just moving everything out.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know what the story is with kids and things like that, and if he had
a horrible story
and who they who was left behind. But so a lot of that stuff is going to be up for sale. This summer's hit horror film Weapons is coming to streaming just in time for Halloween. The movie comes to HBO Max this Friday.
Oh, nice.
Followed by a debut on HBO the next day. The movie, directed by Zach Kreger and starring Josh Brolin, Julia Garner, Alden Einrich, Austin Abrams, Carrie Christopher, Benedict Wong, and Amy Madigan, was a box office smash, brought in $151.4 million in the States and $266 million worldwide. It's really good.
It is.
Really good.
And I'm looking forward to, they're supposedly going to work on a, like a prequel story.
And that definitely deserves that.
I want to see what.
Yeah.
Well, you'll see.
I want to find out the origin of this particular evil. So Saturday Night Live has announced 3 more upcoming hosts and musical guests. Miles Teller will host on November 1st, joined by musical guest Brandi Carlile. Then on November 8th, it's Nikki Glazer making her hosting debut. Wow.
Awesome.
Joined by musical guest Somber, and also making his first appearance. Following that, on November 15th, we've got Glenn Powell also making his hosting debut, and he'll be joined by Olivia Dean making their debut as a musical guest.
Listening to Olivia Dean over the weekend. My daughter's a big fan. Singer-songstress. I think she sounds like Pink a little bit.
Huh.
I mean, she's got a beautiful voice. And,
I don't know much about Somber.
I don't know anything about Somber.
All right, and then one last story to pass along before we get to the clip. South Park fans were confused with this past week's episode, not with any content, but with the way the episode was labeled. Prior to the start of the 27th season, it was reported that the season would consist of 10 episodes, and the most recent one was to be the 6th episode, but instead it was listed as Season 28, Episode 1. So what was with the labeling error? Or did 5 whole episodes just disappear? Well, apparently it's neither. Comedy Central says that it's a case of misreporting. According to a rep, Season 27 was never meant to be 10 episodes, and the showrunners had planned all along for Season 27 and 28 to consist of 5 episodes each. No announcement was made regarding the number of episodes in Season 27 when it debuted, but somehow the 10-episode season was reported and repeated. So for those keeping score at home, Season 27 consists of 5 episodes and is over. Onto Season 28 and its 2nd episode. So that's why, if you pay attention to something like that,
a lot of people do. They're so turnaround quick.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable how they can crank out an episode that has something to do with something still in the news.
Totally.
I don't know why it matters though, like which season it is. Because it's not like these things roll out in the fall like it used to. They just kind of come out whenever they want to put them out, and then they can last however many episodes they want them to last. So like labeling the seasons themselves, I'm not quite sure why that's an issue.
Yeah, that makes much sense to me. All right, here we go with the clips. So Tracker is back with the lone wolf survivalist seeking the truth behind his father's death. And in this clip, Justin Hartley explains the secret behind his fight scenes.
You know, it was sort of a collective agreement. We had a conversation about it, and our head writer is brilliant, but he's also used to be a bouncer. He understands fights between big grown men typically don't last very long. So we tried to make them dynamic and quick at the same time and realistic, you know, so that was sort of our goal.
You're a girl.
Season 3 of Tracker premiered last night on CBS. Here's our next one for you. In After the Hunt, a professor's life unravels when a former student resurfaces with a dark accusation. Here, Andrew Garfield talks about taking on this disturbing role.
Make the character me, but like make me the character. Like find my way organically and personally towards those motivations. To attempt that with a person who behaves in the ways that Hank behaves in part is quite upsetting and frightening. And the idea of finding some kind of personal identification with aspects that I would rather not.
It's so funny. I'm so used to hearing him speak with an American accent.
I know. It throws you off every time.
After the Hunt is now showing in theaters. All right. And there you go. That's our entertainment reporter. Or at least 75% of it this week.
Yes. That was good. What we
Good
got?
75%.
Thanks, bro.
Beggars can't be choosers.
We have a few things going on today. Several things, actually. We have an announcement about a merch thing coming up. We want to tell you about that. We'll get to that with the Bizarre File. After that, we will have former boxer Christy Martin in our studio. She is the inspiration for the film Christy, starring Sydney Sweeney, which is opening up on November 7th. And there is a screening tonight, by the way, at 8:30 at the Philadelphia Film Society Center. So she's stopping by today. Also, we will have in our studio Brad Inglesby, the creator of Task, the show that we've been raving about for a while on HBO.
Terrific.
Season finale was debuted last night. He's the creator, and we have director Jeremiah Zagar of Task stopping in, both of them today, so this should be a cool conversation. And then finally, we have a concert announcement that I'm very stoked about. We'll get to that in Music News later this morning. So a lot of information passed along, a lot of guests joining us today. We got you as well, so make sure you hang out for the duration. We will return in just a moment, so stay with us. Kath, so I don't know if we should do a weekly segment or not, but Casey's Adventures could certainly be one of those.
We could call it DDIY. Don't do it yourself.
Don't do it yourself.
My adventures with home improvements.
What was the last one?
It was a ceiling fan on the front porch.
The ceiling fan.
The door wouldn't open because it was actually colliding with the blades of the ceiling fan.
Yeah, so that was that. That was last week.
Yeah, and by the way, shout out to the two gentlemen who live on my street. They were walking down to the beach yesterday, and they're like, "Oh, is that the ceiling fan that you put up?" I'm like, "Yes, it is." As a matter of fact, only took me 2 tries.
So, new adventure this weekend, and listen, one that I think other people can sympathize with.
That's why we opted to go with this, right?
Yeah. So
I certainly have a passion when it comes to this particular topic.
Yeah.
Well, I'd rather hear from you and your passion than me go into the entire saga, the 2-day saga that this was.
Well, just give us a thumbnail.
I will give you a
from
thumbnail.
there.
So I'll just, how everything started was
You were trying to mount a beached whale.
Saturday morning, my wife was making bacon, and she took the bacon out of the oven, and it set off the fire alarms, the smoke alarms. Mm-hmm. And they're hardwired, so when one goes off, every single one in the house goes off.
Right.
Until you clear the initial smoke alarm. So the smoke alarm went off. It triggered everything else. Everything went off, and then as soon as all the alarms went off, the smoke detector started chirping. All right, so it's a smoke detector. I believe it was a smoke and
carbon
monoxide detector.
Right.
So it starts chirping. The thing is, when it chirps, there are a few different things that chirps could mean. So it was a 5 chirper, right? So it would go beep, 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 beep. I think that was 5.
Right. It was.
Thank you. What that indicates is that's the end of life for the smoke detector.
For the unit itself.
For the unit
Not
itself.
you.
Not me.
You have all been terminated. You have all been terminated. You have all been terminated.
Beep 5 times, please.
Yeah. And
Machine gun defense unit activated.
this was Saturday morning. Beep, 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 beep.
Right.
Okay. Well, so my buddy's an electrician. I asked him what I should do. He said, replace them all, right? So I'm now at Lowe's.
You're going to replace the physical units.
We're going to replace the physical units. Now, this also does require turning circuits off and using electricity. I'm not comfortable with it, but I had just replaced the ceiling fan the week before. I felt confident that it was not going to electrocute
You're a master
myself.
craftsman.
I'm getting there, Steve, right? You know, I'm an apprentice at this point. All right, long story short. 7 smoke detectors later. 7 and 2 days of changing smoke detectors, interchanging smoke detectors, taking smoke detectors down, almost 48 hours of this because it was chirping the entire time. It chirped all day Saturday, all night Saturday night.
It will drive you flat out of your effing mind.
I was constantly on the phone texting with my friend Phil, who is an electrician.
And you appreciate the service that it provides.
Yes.
It is a life-saving device. We've seen in the news situations where places without, you've had loss of life. So you understand the importance of it. Doesn't diminish how goddamn annoying it can be when it's chirping away and you're trying to get it to stop.
And when I had taken the initial alarm detector off, when that stopped chirping, when that was unplugged, the one in the back room started chirping, okay? When I took them both down, the one in the spare bedroom started chirping. Beep, 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 okay? So I'm like, I took them all down. And then my last final ditch was to
replace the fan.
I called Rodney. Rodney is
the man.
An engineer.
Yeah.
He's not only an engineer, but he's also a firefighter.
Yeah.
He said, my electrician friend, he goes, I think it's a wiring issue. I'm like, how can a wiring issue just happen out of nowhere?
Yeah.
Right? So my last final ditch effort, if this thing did not work, what I was going to do is I was going to take all of the smoke detectors off of the ceiling, cap the wires, and just use battery-operated, not hardwired smoke detectors because I can't take the chirping anymore.
Okay.
So.
Oh, well, okay, because I'll have an observation when you're done with this about battery-operated.
Right. So Rodney recommended that I turn the circuit off, that I pull all of the batteries, the spare batteries out of the smoke detectors, turn the circuit back on, okay? And then put the batteries back in. Okay,
so what happened?
So I turned the circuit off, still chirping. Start taking batteries off, still chirping. Okay. I turned the circuit back on, put the batteries in, everything's still chirping, and I'm like, well, screw it. I said, I'm done now. I'm absolutely done. So then, one by one, I take the one smoke detector out in the kitchen. I take the one smoke detector out in the spare in the back room. I take the one smoke detector off in the bedroom. And then the one in the hallway, and I have them all in a box, and I'm getting ready, and I just hear beep, 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 beep. Now, I hear the beep, 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 beep coming from the back room.
Right.
Okay. I go, and I'm looking in this back room for a smoke detector, right?
I would love to have seen the look on your face.
I'm like, I took.
You have all the smoke detectors in boxes.
In the box. There is where is this thing coming
the
from?
smoke detector's in the house. Get out.
I'm standing in the doorway, and I hear beep, 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 beep. And I look down, and it was the carbon monoxide detector that was plugged into the wall the entire time, and it was never, ever, for 2 days straight, never was the chirping ever coming from the smoke detector.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so you have to understand when these things chirp.
All right,
they all sound the same. Yeah.
They all sound the same, but I guess the frequency of what it sounds like you're in the room.
So we have an old house of a Victorian farm. It has countless. So there's our main level, the second level, and the third level, which is basically a bedroom. The third level, and then the basement. You're right. So right that when that frequency, it ricochets all over the house. There have been countless times where I'm standing there with the step ladder and I have a case of batteries just standing like I'm hunting African game.
Right.
And then you are sure, and it takes forever. Why don't they include a blinking light on the one that is chirping? We have the Nest system, which is very good. Mind you, no complaints. It updates. It does this whole thing. It also has a thing where if you're walking down the hall and you get in proximity, a little bit of light shines down from it to illuminate your way.
Right.
At night. Nice. That's nice without 8 or 9 cats constantly setting it off. So the batteries, I'm forever. That's why I got like a battery caddy. Mm-hmm. But that slap echo around the house makes it impossible to find out where it's coming from.
I implored the whole family. I fortunately have numbers on my side. And I'm like, you go in that room, you go in that room.
Oh, my God.
Everybody shut up, be quiet, and listen.
Can they come over to my house?
But here's what I need to know. Here's what I need to know, Casey. Okay. At this moment, when you realize that it's the carbon monoxide and you've done all this work for 2 days, I've seen you freak out before. Did you A, have a hissy fit, freak out and scream, or were you just so defeated and deflated that it wasn't even worth the effort?
There's a C here. There's a third.
Okay.
I was relieved. I have to understand. I had been in every single room. I was relieved. And it was funny, especially based on what had happened to me with the ceiling fan the week before. I mean, this is classic me. And so I was relieved, right? And so much so that I had gone, my wife was in the shower and I ran into the bathroom and she's like, get out of here. And I was like, dude, it was this the whole time. She's like, lies. Now you have to understand where the where the carbon monoxide detector was located. It was in the middle of the triangle of smoke detectors. So you would have thought that because at one point I did have the backroom detector out and the kitchen detector out, right? And you would think you would know then that it was the carbon monoxide.
It was in the exact worst position it could be to confuse you.
Because when I took the kitchen and the back rooms out, it sounded like it was coming from the bedroom, which was
that's the issue
3 yards away.
That's the nightmare.
So Preston, I was absolutely relieved at this point.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
I would have been
crazy.
I would have
right?
been pissed.
And Preston, it's never at 2:00 in the afternoon.
Right.
It's never. Oh, I just happened to have the ladder out, and my pockets are all full of batteries.
Yeah.
It's always like you're going to bed on Sunday night when we get back into the schedule, and you got to wake up at 3:30 the next morning, and then it's about 10:30, 11 o'clock. Beep.
Mm-hmm.
There was also one other thing with the battery-operated one that I bought a battery-operated one because we do have one detector that's not hardwired. And I, hey, don't hit this button. And there's a sign that says don't hit this button.
Right.
Well, I did that on the back of the smoke alarm where it says, like, deactivate. And I was like, oh, what does this deactivate button do, right? So I deactivate the alarm. And then I read the directions, and the direction says, once you deactivate, you can't reactivate. I was like, God damn it.
Oh, no.
I'm like, I just bought this.
You hit the self-destruct button.
Why would they include a full...
So, Casey, I've read this a few times during this course of this conversation that apparently carbon monoxide detectors are supposed to be kept lower to the ground than smoke detectors, and some smoke detectors are more... reliant on heat than they are the actual smoke rising to the smoke detectors. But carbon monoxide detectors are supposed to be kept lower because I guess the carbon monoxide is heavier than air itself.
Yeah.
So what I have in my detectors, my smoke detectors are carbon, I think dioxide, CO2, and then the monoxide I have down lower.
Gotcha. And then peroxide if you're dyeing your hair.
Exactly.
I'm going to go to Susan. Hi, Susan. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good. What's up, Susan?
So you know what? Everybody's like hit on the exact same points that happened to me last week. So it was the end of my vacation. It was the night before I'm going back to work.
Yeah,
1 a.m. There goes the chirping. And it's the same thing. I have the hardwired smoke detectors, and I was like, okay, I want to get up and reset it or, test it. And my son has to wake up early for work. He's got to go in. So I'm like, okay, can I just deal with this for like another hour until he has to get up? So he gets up and he's in the shower. I'm playing around up at the ceiling, pulling it down. And finally I get him to disconnect it, and I still hear this chirping. Now I have, Preston, you have that issue with your ear. You kind of lose the ringing. So, and I kind of lose the sense of where a sound is coming from sometimes. Mm-hmm. So I'm laying there in bed all night long, and it's just chirping. I'm like, I have this disconnected. Why is this still chirping? I don't get it. So finally wake up when my alarm goes off, and I roll over, and now I hear the sound. It sounds like it's coming from the corner of my room. So I'm like, okay. I look at the carbon monoxide detector, and I'm thinking, don't even tell me it's been this all night long. And sure enough, that's exactly what it was. I unplug it, I take the battery out, and the chirping finally stopped.
It was the same thing Casey went through.
Yeah.
Exactly the same
And you just want to die.
I did.
Yeah.
You know, and now, like, my first day back to work after vacation, I'm exhausted.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. All right. Thanks, Susan. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, it's hearing that incessant. You know, nothing about smoke detectors have they made easy, simple. No. Like even changing the battery on some of them, trying to wedge that battery inside that little door that opens up on some of those things.
What? So here's the deal.
And then you put it in the wrong way. Is it working?
Mine takes 6 batteries, Preston.
6 batteries?
6 AA's. Each one of them takes 6 AA batteries. I didn't realize that every single battery has to be disconnected or it will continue to chirp. If you have one battery in there, it will continue to chirp.
Well, it also holds
I've
the
actually
charge.
replaced the right. So but once that's out, it shouldn't chirp anymore, right? So I took all the batteries out and and I didn't realize that, and then I replaced the batteries, put it back up only to leave it to chirp again.
Yeah.
Again, a blinking light, something that would just let you indicate that that's the one chirping would make all the difference in the world.
Why can't that happen?
One little stinking light.
So, Steve, what I was when I finally did read the directions,
a text that just came in. Nick just highlighted this for me. It says Gadzooks from Aruma, Japan.
Oh wow!
Brian from Bucks County. It's 8 p.m. here, and I've been a long-time listener, and even 7,000 miles away. I found my way to listen live, eating at a place called Lines, about 50 miles from Tokyo. Can I please get a shout out for all my friends and family abroad?
Yes.
Sure, man. Absolutely. Appreciate you checking in from Japan, other side of the world, and spending some time with the Preston and Steve show.
And, you know, Japan's in my bucket list.
Yeah.
Very much appreciate that. All right. I would like to dive into my world. It's totally Presbo time.
Totally Presbo.
Hi, Presbo.
I've seen a few things I thought were worth sharing with you, friends, and I don't know why this little story made me so happy. I'm probably not going to buy this product because I don't have the proper way to install it in my house. But it comes from Charmin, the toilet paper product.
I'm listening.
Starting Thursday, the brand is introducing what it calls the Forever Roll. And Sam, I'll need you to find a picture of this, please, so my friends can see here in the studio. It's a 1,700 sheet roll of toilet paper that is meant to last up to a month based on a 2-person household.
All right.
So that'd be me.
It's gigantic.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you need like you need one of those stands for it to fit on.
Well,
but it kind of looks like if you have an industrial-sized toilet paper dispenser at your place of work like we do here.
Exactly.
It looks like one of those huge rolls, but it's not going to be the sandpaper grade that we have here at One Ballot Plaza. It's good. They insist it's going to be soft and wonderful and perfect for your anus.
So I have, more often than not, they toilet paper, because I have my own bathroom for the most part. The toilet paper ends up not on the dispenser, and I will just put it up on, I have like a shelf, and I put it up there.
It's for easy
this
grab and
could sit
go.
up there as well.
But it'd be huge. Well, you have to.
How gigantic is it exactly?
So, Steve, it's like this big.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like bigger than a hubcap on a car.
I'll use it as a TV dinner tray.
It is.
Yeah, you could do that.
It is 32 times larger than a standard roll.
Yeah.
So maybe even bigger than that.
So if I were to put a hook on the wall.
Yes, that's what you need.
Right?
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Yeah, exactly. That's perfect.
I'm going to do that. Because the worst thing in the world is to be in the bathroom. You realize you run out of toilet paper.
Yeah.
I hate that
Wow.
waddle to go, because we keep the toilet paper in the basement.
Casey and I had a special moment when I ran out of toilet paper here at work. Remember?
Yes, we did. I walked in on you and your pants were at your ankles.
Yes.
Yeah.
What would you say? And you yelled, I ran out of toilet paper.
I yelled at him.
Because you're never as low as you are when you're caught running between stalls.
I was so exposed.
He was at the sink. That was great. I forgot about that. I actually drew a picture.
You did. And the reason I was at the sink was because I had to use paper towels.
Yes.
And I was moistening that thing up, dude. I'm not going to rip my butt apart.
You would rip
paper
your
towel.
ass apart.
Yeah.
We have some of the most coarse toilet paper here. Paper towels, I should say.
I wouldn't do this. I'm sure we could use it, and there's a need for it. But it's hard enough to get anybody in my household to bring regular rolls of toilet paper upstairs. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like
here's the deal,
I feel
though.
like that I'm always the one that's replenishing the bathrooms with toilet paper.
Does this not, in a way, solve a bit of that problem by at least making it last longer before you're facing this sad reality?
Yeah, replenishment instead of, once a week is going to be now probably with the amount of people in your house, it's going to be.
Well, this is for 2 people maximum.
It'll be a month,
yeah.
but maybe you could get 3 weeks out of it, something like that.
On average, how many, like if you were to be consistent about it, how many toilet paper rolls, extra toilet paper rolls would you have in your bathroom just in case of emergency?
Oh, we cram as many as we can.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so.
We do 2.
No, we've got like 6 in the upstairs in the hall bath. That's where we put the Costco package.
Oh, the big pack.
Yeah, so there's 15 in there or something like that.
I use just my bathroom. I have 6 in my bathroom under the sink.
Yeah.
So am I low then? Because we
probably.
Steve, we keep our extras in the basement as well, and just bring them up when it's time. But maybe I should have more up there.
I think you should.
I'd
should
always
be like a revolver.
There's a scene in the movie Adam Sandler, Rain or Me, that movie, and he's kind of he tries not to have interactions with many people. So they show a scene. They scan by his bathroom, and he's got like 20 rolls of toilet paper sitting on the back of the toilet. You know? So that's kind of the way I probably would be. And I try to stock up. I try to be as little. I try to have things as efficient as possible in my life whenever necessary.
I could not agree more. And isn't there not a sense of sort of euphoria when you put a full pack of toilet paper? I'm good for a while.
It's like when you stock up on clean socks and underwear.
Good for a while.
I am good to
Look
go.
at this.
So, like I said, the roll is 32 times larger than the standard one. The Forever Roll is available online and in stores, including Walmart, Target, and Amazon. The company is even offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. I don't know what the guarantee is.
So you just return the used toilet paper.
That's what you do, yeah. You keep a trash can next to the toilet.
Here you go.
And you just you keep filling it up.
I'll say this: my toilet paper, for lack of a better, I'll say consumption has diminished markedly since the installation of my Amazon bidet.
Oh yeah.
Hey, by the way, here Sam just pulled this up on our monitor. Charmin has the Forever Roll starter kit. It comes with 2 rolls and a holder, a stand, and it's only $39.99.
Do you know my problem with those?
They fall over.
Unless the base is weighted properly, especially with something that big, it's going to be a problem.
It's got to be weighted. Yeah, absolutely. So Charmin insists that it's still the same soft 2-ply tissue that people love.
I'm going to head down to the shop right now, Preston, to start putting one together. You'll come down and join me later on.
A stand?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, one with a heavy enough base on it. But like a 45-pound.
Take a 45-pounder?
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. All right, so I thought you guys would like that.
I do like that.
I was actually delighted to see that. All right, where else?
Hi, Presbo.
Totally Presbo.
Saw this morning, and I want all landscapers listening to pay attention. There was a study of 1,000 trade workers to find out who were the fittest tradespeople, and landscapers are considered to be the fittest tradespeople.
Don't doubt it.
Yeah.
The best shape I probably ever was in my life was when I had a job as a landscaper, because I was out every day and just working your ass off. And I also was exhausted by the end of every day,
Right.
end of every, in a really good way. Like I felt like I had gotten in a strong workout all day, every day.
Do you know what I found is out a second on the list is product tester for Nabisco, which seems kind of weird.
It's really weird.
Yeah.
That's a weird trade. So my friend Steve, he will every now and then I'll have him do some work at my house. I like to cut my own lawn.
Just like to watch him.
No, I do like to watch him, but he, in addition to landscaping all day every day, goes to the gym.
Yeah.
I'm like, why do you don't even have to do that? Like
When you
you've
move-
already been at the gym all day.
Yeah. The survey looked at several factors, including heavy items lifted per day, number of steps walked, healthy meals eaten.
Well, that's not true.
And how much exercise outside of work. So there you go, Casey. Outside of work, some will, I guess, go and crank it out of the gym.
Well, also, it's an investment in your physicality because you want to stay in shape because you want to
be able to do the job, right? Yeah. So landscapers came out on top with 34 points. They walk more steps per day than any other trade at 12,274, and spend the most time exercising outside of work at 114 minutes per week.
I want to ask them if they are happy with their trade because, and it's funny, I was just having this conversation yesterday. I think I'd like to do that. Like,
right.
Your retirement?
Like my retirement job, go out and buy a couple of, get my own crew.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying, and I'm curious about that too, because besides that part of the job, I know you would like that part of the job, but are there other aspects of it that would be that would not be fun?
Well,
dealing with unruly customers, or the weather,
extreme weather,
the business part of it, and gassing everything up, groundhogs. Come on,
Casey. There were some stretches in December where I had to work in the water features. The place where I worked was called Mainline Gardens. It's still there. It's on Paley Pike. And it really was a great job. And the owner was one of the best bosses I've ever had. But there were, Steve, to your point, cold weather days in December where I had to go out and weed in the water features, like in a small little pond in the back, and put on the waders to get in. Those days weren't as much fun.
Yeah. So I will tell you, I would not want to weed. I wouldn't want to do flower beds and be on my hands and knees cleaning up flower beds. That
well, you're the boss.
My back can't handle. But the mowing and the blowing and the
sucking and the stroking
and the whacking, and the finger banging,
nibble, finger banging.
What kind of business is this?
There's no finger banging on this job.
Oh man,
we do lawns and pruning.
Oh,
I see that. I think in these type of jobs, I think also there's probably a clear sense of when you finish the day and you've worked hard, there's that, I worked.
Accomplishment.
I worked today, you know?
Dude, Case, yesterday I played golf with my buddy Jim. We played 27 holes. We walked 27 holes.
Why would you do that?
Dude,
what
it was
thinking?
I got out of the car when I got home. I'm like,
What?
That's like walking 9 miles.
Would you ever? What about you, a groundskeeper at a golf course?
I wouldn't want to be a groundskeeper. I don't have a green thumb, and I don't have enough interest in doing something
black
like
fingers,
that.
though.
But being a caddy or something like that, I would kind of dig. Actually, I don't mind. Now you got to carry 2 bags. That would kill me.
Yeah.
But maybe over time, I see guys that are older than me and are like not as trim as I am.
Great big fat person.
Out there. No, not great big fat person, but carrying 2 bags. So maybe I could do it. I don't know. If I could work up to it at least. Hang on, Case. We have Joe's a concrete worker. A little bit different than a landscaper, but we'll go to him. Hey, Joe, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. What's up, buddy?
MMR Rock.
Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate it. So you work in Concon?
Yes, sir. I've been a concrete worker for probably 20 years now.
Yeah. And do tell.
Yeah, I'd say I've done landscaping. I got a lot of friends in both fields, but the guys that work steady every day, laborers especially that are concrete workers, I've witnessed they're the strongest people around.
Yeah, so you would imagine. Yeah.
So you're saying that you're the strongest, and I don't argue that, but there's Preston's study here is about the fittest, the most in shape. And so, you could probably beat a landscaper in an arm wrestling, but would you, let's say, beat them in a 5K?
It's just overall fitness.
Overall fitness, not just strength.
Well, you see, there's residential guys running around, probably pouring 2-3 driveways a day. That's a hell of a hustle. And there's guys in the commercial industry, like myself. There's 1,000 yards a day of concrete, which is crazy.
Dude, it's unbelievable. Yeah,
that's crazy.
We're constantly moving. We're working 18 hours a day.
Joe, how old are you?
I am 41 years old.
How long do you think you can do it?
Well, I'm 41. I've been doing it 20 years. I work as hard as I can just about every day, man.
Yeah.
I'd say I got my retirement's till I'm 65 with the union. I'm a local 5 finisher.
Okay.
So I got to last at least 25 more years.
Doing exactly what you do, or is there another position that's a little less physical that you could slide into?
Well, I guess I'm all around, so I can lay brick and block and all that. So it's a little less strenuous.
That's still a lot of work.
I'm just curious, as somebody who does a very physically demanding job, with the shelf life,
like us,
because you have to, you got to maintain your health, or you can't work.
You take care of yourself. And I'm at that point in my life where it's like, in your 20s and 30s, you really don't think about that, but now it's. The aches and pains are catching you, the high cholesterol and the acid reflux and stuff like that. So you got to eat better.
So how are your hands and your fingers and your fingernails?
Oh,
they ache. Today they're fine.
Okay.
But my back will ache one day, my knees will ache the next. It kind of jumps around. It's weird, but I've had surgery on both of my knees in the last 20 years. So it's definitely physically demanding. And
we just moving one bag of the concrete mix. Forget it.
Nope.
Kong.
All right, Joe. Thanks, man. Stay safe, bud.
That's what F Nell up.
That's why she talks like that. She just works in concrete.
Kong.
She can't even say concrete anymore.
Kong. What are you doing? I'm on pork. Kong.
What is she saying?
Kong. Say Kong.
You want the concrete on the side?
Kong.
Can you? I'm new here.
Let me go next to Joe, landscaper. Hi, Joe. Good morning, man.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. What's going on, brother?
On an average summer day, I walk probably 20, 30,000 steps a day.
Woo!
Jesus Christ,
man! Oh man!
I work in the city. I own my own little landscaping company in the city in Philly. And little row home houses. Some blocks I have a whole house, the whole block, and I'm up there every day pushing the little 21 inch long boy up and down hills.
Yeah.
Just front yards, backyards. I'm just walking around all day long, every day.
Joe, let me ask you from your perspective. It's kind of what we were talking about. When you're working, at the end of the day, do you get that sense of accomplishment? You've worked a hard day. You've earned your money. Do you get those things, or am I just being fanciful about that?
Yeah. I mean, I took the job over from my father, passed away a few years ago. So it was his business. So I don't charge outlandish prices. I go in there, I do same prices he's charged 20 years ago. Customers he's had 30 some years. So it's more honorable. So when I get done work, when I get done doing them all, it just feels better for me. It feels better for that I'm doing what he started 30 years ago. But man, I am tired. Some days I'm just I don't want to drive home.
Yeah.
Some days I want to sleep in the truck.
What kind of shape are you in? What kind of shape would you say you're in?
I'm getting back to my winter shape, so it's kind of like, I don't do nothing in the wintertime. I don't do plowing or anything like that. So right now it's just raking, cleaning up, flower beds, stuff like that. So I'm in pretty good shape.
Right.
But my winter body's coming soon. So
my winter body.
Hey, so Joe, let's say late spring to early fall. What's your day like? What time do you start? What time do you get home?
Sometimes I live about an hour away from there, so I probably get up early. It's an hour drive for me, so it's a commitment. That drive going though, and you're going to be working for 8-9 hours in the sun. It's 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, depending how early I want to get. It's like it's my business. I don't have any workers. Well, if I want to work a half a day, I can. If I want to work 3 hours, I can do whatever I want. So 6, 7 o'clock. Sometimes I'll up to 5 o'clock in the morning, getting out there, kick gas, get all that stuff prepped.
Yeah.
But it's a commitment.
It is.
All right, thanks, Joe. Appreciate it, man. Hang in there, buddy. Let me go to another one here real quick, in case I have Pat, who's a landscaper as well. Pat, you're on the air. Good morning.
How you doing, buddy?
Good. What's up, man?
I'm a landscaper. Been doing it since 1985.
Wow.
I'm 62.
And when do you think about hanging it up, Pat?
When I'm 67.
Okay, you got
a couple more years, man.
When I am
Keep
67.
at it. Keep going.
What is the exact date in 2.5 years?
I'm not sure of the exact date, but
Okay.
it will be when I'm 67.
All right.
Okay. Now, it says here on my monitor, you told our screeners that you like to treat the job as a workout of sorts, right?
100%. You're pushing a wheelbarrow, you're pushing a lawnmower, you might as well make it a workout.
All right, so that while you're doing those things in your mind, you're just thinking of like you would be at the gym, move the weight, finish the reps, get this done.
Tote that barge,
keep
lift
it
that
going.
bale. Yeah.
Yes. Everything I do is in high volume.
Do you wear like a jazzercise outfit when you're doing that?
Sometimes I wear my old lady Spanx.
Some leg warmers.
I don't doubt it. So that's
Wow.
good.
I
And
have a picture of that.
what kind of shape would you say you're in?
I'm 5'8", 165 pounds, you know.
Muscle? Good amount of muscle?
Yeah, I used to have some muscle tone. It's getting a little bit loose lately, but you know.
Well, you deserve it. You've been working long enough for this. And what are you going to do once you hit that 67 mark?
I'm going to take my camper and travel around the country.
Very nice.
Hey, Pat, is it your company or do you work for somebody else?
No, it's my own company. I got 3 guys that work for me.
Okay.
There you go.
Hang on. Somebody texted in something, and this is interesting. It says, ask a landscaper how their own yard looks.
Yeah.
Okay, so my yard always looked like shit.
Oh, hang on. Pat, can't say that on the radio. All right, so.
Always looked like crap.
Okay.
But in the last 2 years, I fixed it up really nice.
There you go.
Okay. So is it kind of common for landscapers to let their own yard just kind of be what it is and not necessarily as meticulously manicured as the clients?
Yeah, I mean, the springtime's really tough to get your own shit done.
Dude.
Stuff done.
Okay.
Thanks,
Pat, thank you. Appreciate it.
You forgot real fast.
Hey, I don't want to be a mother effer about it, but you can suck my seat.
Drop 2 S-bombs within 20 seconds of each one.
I'm thinking of getting into broadcast.
I never thought about that. A trade where it's your job, but on a personal level, you don't keep it as high as
there's
standard.
a saying. I don't remember how it goes, but it's like
cobbler's. The cobbler's kids always have no shoes.
Yeah, something.
Cobble's got a cobble.
Yeah, cobble. Saddle on cobble.
The conks never conk.
Yeah.
My dad is a plumber, HVAC guy, and we had a broken bathroom for
You
like
guys
years.
had to poop outside.
No, it is that the cobbler's kids never had shoes. It's very well known that you might not take care of your own things.
So, Marissa, your dad was a plumber?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, JJ Magnata and Sons Incorporated.
Owns
Yeah, but-
currently, or is it?
He's retired now. It was his dad's.
Yeah.
And he took it over. Is that
So-
19th and Rittner was his office?
Okay. Did any of that rub off on you as far as plumbing?
I mean, I can fix things.
Yeah.
Like when I was in college, they used to call me Heidi from Tool Time.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Improvement.
Yeah.
because I would jump up in the ceiling and drop cables and things like that.
Wow.
fix
And
things.
now you
Yeah.
do it for us.
By the
Yeah,
way,
exactly.
plumbers came in second place as fittest tradesmen.
Yeah, I can see that.
At 32 points, and were the most likely to consider themselves fit.
Okay.
They consider themselves fit at 80%. Carpenters finished third. They made 25 points, averaging 10,995 steps and lifting 16 heavy items per day.
What about competitive eaters?
It doesn't say anything about competitive eaters.
Did you see the
Not
downgrade?
trained.
Did you see the downgrade on? It was in the news on Friday. I saw it reported a couple times about. They give you when you get a Fitbit. There's I guess a standard amount of steps. 10,000, I think, is what it is.
Oh yeah, they changed those parameters
They changed
a little
the parameters. They reduced them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's down like by 3,000 to 7,000.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
That probably makes sense. I'm going to go to Chris, another landscaper here real quick. Hey, Chris, you're on the air. Morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thanks, man. What's going on, Chris?
How you guys doing?
Yeah, good. What's going on, man? What do you want to share with us?
No, I've been doing landscaping in Cinnamon for 33 years. I'm 53 now, so I started back in 94. So that last caller, he was cracking me up.
Yeah.
Because my yard's the same way. It's like I let things go a little bit. I mean, I try and maintain it, but it's a hard thing to do, especially when you see everybody else's lawn looking so nice and you're trying to make yours look nice.
Hey, what about the guy who called in, the concrete worker, talked about his winter body and then having to get it back together when the new season comes around?
Same, yeah. So I'm approaching that myself. I mean, I'm still out in the field and everything. I still do a lot of work. And going to the gym is part of the repertoire. So you have to go out there and, you have to maintain your body. But yeah, I mean, around Christmas, January, you kind of let it go a little bit, but then
we all do. Yeah.
But then what?
Yeah. You still go back in the gym and try and maintain, what you have, and you have to go back out there in springtime around March or April and get back at it. So it's a little bit of a transition, but I still go to the gym.
Chris, I get the perception that a lot of landscapers, for example, if they're doing stuff around the yards and they're doing obviously lawn-related stuff during the warmer months, that a lot of them flip over and start doing snow removal during the winter. Is that what you do?
Yeah, we have about four or five commercial clients that we take care of. Nothing major because I don't want to get stuck out in the snow for like 25 hours. It's not my thing. I'd rather be home with the family because my kids aren't going to be young forever.
Right.
So spend time with them, of course. But we do a couple things here and there. The last few years haven't been too much. A couple snowstorms here and there, and mostly salting. But nothing like the blizzard of '96. I think it was.
Yeah, that was a bad one. All right, thanks, man. Appreciate it. A couple of texts coming in real quick here. This one says, let me see here. As someone who is, here you go. My boyfriend owns a pool company, works his butt off about 15 hours a day. He's in fantastic shape and still goes to the gym. Those guys do a lot of physical work.
I had a friend who did that, and but it was so seasonal that there were a couple of months where they just completely shut down.
Sure.
So,
did not work at all. Did not move into another part of the industry.
Essentially, like they get the paperwork done, Steve. In January and February, or whatever. But for the rest of the year, they were working their asses off.
Another one says cemetery workers are super fit. I guess if you're digging by hand, maybe you are.
That, and then also, there's a landscaping aspect of that.
Yeah, some landscapers will just bury people around other people's property.
No, you have to maintain the property, too.
What was that ditch? Don't worry about it.
Here's one concerning, landscapers not taking care of their yard. This says, my grandfather and great-grandfather were both dentists. My dad had horrible teeth. Let me see. I own a popular detailing company, this person says, but if you saw my vehicles, you'd never know. Somebody says, I'm a mechanic. We're going to dealership. I take 10 to 12,000 steps a day and pick up 70-pound tires all day long.
Mailman as well.
Yeah, this says, what are mailmen's fitness level? I walk 11.5 miles minimum a day, sometimes 13 to 14 miles a day.
Do you know it was one of the most, and I was working out at the time. This is in junior high. I was working in a Montgomery Ward. You remember the catalog place?
Yeah.
It was a processing center where it was a warehouse.
Yeah.
And I was moving things around this warehouse. And man, oh man, people could order anything from salt and pepper shakers to canoes. Yeah. So it was like the wildest array of things.
I'm going to go to Steve real quick. Hi, Steve. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, you guys rock, man.
Thanks, brother.
So, trash guys, I did it for like 3 years on the back, and I'm not talking about the automatic truck.
Yeah.
You pick it up and throw it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on the back. So these guys, they're out here any kind of weather. It's like cardio every day, picking up cans, running from stop to stop, jumping up and down the step.
Yeah,
I see nonstop.
I see guys doing that down the shore. They don't use the automatic pickup thing. They do it themselves. I'm like, dude, no way. No way I can do that. I would hurt myself in a heartbeat.
Preston, in my neighborhood, it's all manual.
Oh,
the guys are pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Make sure I tip them every year because they do a lot.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, for sure.
Appreciate it, bud. All right, one other quick call, and we got to wrap it up. I'm going to go to Janet. Hi, Janet. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning.
What's up, Janet?
I want to give a shout out to farmers.
Farmers, yeah.
Sure.
My niece, we have a farm, a 140-acre farm in New Jersey. It's been in our family for 120 years.
Wow.
My niece, my great niece, and I take care of it. We have 10 horses. We bale hay all summer. We throw hay bales around. And I work as a nurse full-time besides.
Jeez.
So farmers need a little bit of acknowledgement.
Yeah, the love. And in fact, farming, that's the most dangerous occupation as well. It depends on, what you're doing in that industry. But overall, as an industry, it's one of the most dangerous industries because of the accidents that can happen.
Janet,
luckily, we all still have all 10 fingers and toes.
Good. Have you ever accidentally gotten confused and put horseshoes on a patient at the hospital?
I have. Well, I'd like to put them other place.
Sure. Right up their ass.
No doubt.
Thank you, Janet. Appreciate it. All right.
Farm work is definitely.
This was a survey. It was they had They had, according to the study of 1,000 trade workers, the survey found that landscapers are the fittest tradespeople. The factors were heavy items lifted per day, number of steps walked, healthy meals eaten, and how much they exercise outside of work as well. So I thought that was kind of interesting and worth passing along. So
it was.
Hope you enjoyed. We got to wrap it up right here.
Totally Presbo.
Bye, Presbo.
All right, Ged. Thanks, brother. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. We have the bizarre file and an announcement that goes along with that. We have 2 announcements this morning. There's 2 of them and lots of guests, too. So we'll come back with it all. Stay there.
I think from what I read, after you take the battery out, you basically it's holding some of the charge from that battery, and you actually have to hit the test button to essentially bleed that battery energy out.
Well, I've had, on the Nest ones that I have, once all those batteries are out, it stops.
Yeah. Well, this is with a 9. I don't know if 9 volts are different than
these
double
are
A's or whatever.
six double A's.
And the other
mine
thing
takes
is,
9 volts.
Rodney was like, "Are the batteries still okay?" And I said, "I don't know." He goes, "Well, did you do the tongue test?" I'm like, "I'm not doing that.
I don't like doing it.
I don't like doing it. I'm not going to do it."
Hang on.
Find a hooker.
I'm going to go to Phil. Hey, Phil, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Sorry to bug you at work.
No, what's up, man?
So, not so much smoke detector, but on that aha, finally moment.
All right.
I was doing some work in my home. We were getting ready for newborn, doing the nursery, the whole thing. Messed some wiring up, and I somehow put my water heater on the light switch for the basement. So after we were working all night, covered in insulation, go to jump in the shower, no hot water. Run down to the basement, water heater's running. This went on for 3 days.
Wait a second. So every time you go, every time you go down the basement, you turn the light on, and the water heater would be working.
Water heater would.
Oh my God!
Oh, that's so funny. So every time you went down there to check it, it was running because you turned the light on to see.
Dude,
that's great.
National Lampoon's moment.
Oh my God, that's hilarious, Phil. How did you finally figure it out?
I got to the top of the steps and I heard it shut off when the light went off. Like I finally heard it poof out. I was so mad.
God.
But so happy at the same time.
Oh my God, that could have gone on forever.
Yes, it could have. You could have gotten a whole
the
new
light stayed
system.
on for 3 weeks.
That makes you
I
think.
didn't touch it again.
Yeah, it makes you think of a Christmas Vacation with the garage light.
So I have to ask, Phil, did you rewire it or do you just leave the light on all the time?
The light stayed on for almost 3 weeks before I got enough to just go down there and fix it.
Okay. Oh my God, that's great.
But it was finally fixed.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I saw
That's hilarious.
I saw on our screener info here that it said water heater, and I thought he was going to say they have those like overflow. Indicators, little alarms. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Case?
Yeah.
No.
So if you have like a drip pan or something like that for your water heater, there's a little monitor you can put in there that detects moisture, and it'll go off and let you know.
Yep.
And I've had that going off, and I'm like, where's that effing sound coming from?
Where's
And
that
not knowing what it was.
coming from?
And we had like a leak under our sink.
Where's that sound coming from?
It wasn't the water heater; it was something else. And I couldn't figure it out. Of course, Rochelle knew
There's
exactly
nothing on here.
exactly what it was. But that drove me crazy. That was me walking around the house trying to figure out where the sound was. Let me go to Blair. Good morning, Blair.
Hey, Godzilla, friend.
Godzilla. What's up, Blair?
So I just have to say that I appreciate this conversation because when I was virtual teaching, all these kids would unmute themselves to do whatever in class, and their smoke alarms are going off in the back. And so I don't know where these heathens are in the world that think it's okay to just keep these going all the time because I'm in agreement with you. I like twitch every time I hear one.
The frequency at which it and it's meant to do that, it runs down your spine.
Mm-hmm.
And I teach in a suburban area. I mean, I don't understand how these people that decided to live outside of like the city world can tolerate that type of sound. It's awful.
I don't know how you could. I don't know how you could sleep with that going on. Some people do. Well, you talked about the conundrum of doing the run through with the smoke alarms not waking up your kids.
Oh my God, the entire thing went off. It was the middle of the night, scared the hell out of us. Right. The house was on fire. We never did figure out why it tripped off.
Right.
But all the alarms in the house, it's a hardwired system. All the alarms went off in the house. Not one of our kids woke up. Not one of them slept solidly through the whole thing.
How?
Excruciatingly loud. I have no idea. Me, on the other hand, and this is a completely different story, but I remember when I was a teenager, a cricket somehow or another got in my room.
Yeah.
Memer.
In my bedroom, and it was, I couldn't find it anywhere. And just that little...
That's enough.
All night. Drove me crazy. I got up with a flashlight and turned all the lights on. I'm just ready to murder this thing.
What do you put out to lure a cricket out into the open?
Yeah, you're just screwed. So that was, I know exactly what you're talking about. All right, let me go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's happening, Joe?
I could not call in. I'm a fireman in Philadelphia.
Ah.
And there's a couple things with the smoke detectors. Like, we changed the code in Philadelphia where no more batteries. They're disposable 10-year fire smoke detectors now.
Okay, so the whole unit, disposable.
Disposable. 10 years, boom, boom, you're done, you're out of here. And that's the law now in Philadelphia. And they won't tell you this, but the reason they changed that is because people, every Christmas, we'd get calls to put in smoke detectors.
Yeah.
And we go out there and find the smoke detectors don't have batteries in them.
Yeah. And you know what? And I would imagine, Joe, some of that was just either laziness or they forgot about it or couldn't figure out how to do it.
They needed the batteries for the toys.
Oh, they're taking the batteries. Oh, my God.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, so we might burn down, but the doll will work right.
I remember one in particular. I just could not get that freaking rectangular 9-volt battery into that little son of a bitch. It drove me crazy.
And you have to make the connection on top, and that won't fit in, that little rubbery thing with the two terminals on it.
Well, no, this one there's just this little slot that the battery
I know what you're talking about.
only slide in. There's only one angle that it goes in, and when it goes in, the door shuts perfectly, immediately.
So we have the Joe. We have in our home. I guess I don't know if this is Philadelphia code or whatever. So we have the Xfinity system, the smoke detectors, or and then we also have to have a second set of smoke detectors as well. I don't know if that's still the case. So we have two. One time, accidentally, I disconnected the Xfinity system, and that alarm is super loud. But is that the norm that sometimes you have to have the backup battery system as well, or has that been
backup battery system is a bought system? A lot of apartment complexes have that,
right?
You know, and systems that you buy to monitor your home. But that's a problem for us too, because we go to an apartment and say somebody doesn't know how to cook and they fill it. We call it a pot of meat. That's what it's called. Fill up the apartment with smoke, and now we're not supposed to reset your system, and everybody gets mad at us. We're not technicians. We're firefighters. There's no fire. Call your maintenance people to reset your alarm. Right. They go crazy. So unofficially, sometimes we help them out if we can, but if you have a new system that we don't know what it is, we have to be hands off.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not supposed to do it in the first place.
So
people, we're trying to help them out.
There's sage advice there, Joe, too. If you do have a system at home, know what you need to do to cancel the system, because sometimes you'll forget. You're supposed to know what that code is so you can punch it in so they don't dispatch firefighters if it's for no reason.
And Philly, we're coming anyway. Once that thing goes off, we're coming anyway. There's no turning around.
All right. That's a good piece of information as well.
Well, yeah, we do not. Don't worry. They'll just come check it out, and they're not going to give you a hard time. It happens to everybody.
All right. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it, man.
Well, I guess the silver lining here is that I have 7 new smoke detectors.
Yeah, good.
So we're good for at least another 10 years, hopefully.
Let me go to one more call, then we got to take a break. I'm going to go to Joan. Hey, Joan, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Joan?
Love your show. I have a smoke detector chirping, getting under your skin story where I took yoga. Someone had a studio hooked onto their house, and at the end of yoga, you do Shavasana, which is quiet.
It's like a little meditation. Yeah,
that's meditation.
Yep.
So the whole meditation, I heard the chirping. And there was no relaxation, none. Mm-hmm. So I let the instructor know, and she was like, yeah. So I go back to the studio the second time, same chirping during Shavasana. I had to stop going.
You'd stop going.
How do you live? How do you conduct your life with that constant chirping going on?
I mean, it's constant.
And,
it's like
every part of your job involves instructing people how to meditate.
Steve, you make it your mantra.
Yeah.
Just tell yourself,
Hey, have a good day,
All
guys.
right, you too. All right, we'll see you, Joan. Thank you.
Yeah, it was like every 30 to 45 seconds. It was.
You just want to die.
Casey,
You want to get burned to death.
if you come with another one of these next week, we will write you your own theme song.
Oh, really?
For Casey's do-it-yourself adventures.
I gave up on something yesterday. I fixed closet doors yesterday, but I gave up on a whole other project yesterday, so we won't get into that.
What we could do is we could DIY to DIY.
DIY to DIY. Don't do it yourself.
I don't know what I'm doing and I don't know how to DIY
to DIY. All right. It should be don't do it yourself, yo.
Don't do it yourself, yeah.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and I'll make Casey feel all better because I got some bizarre file stories of people who've done much worse.
Yes.
And we'll be right back. Stay with us. A bit about this story with Simone Biles, the gymnast. She was on a flight. She's only 4 feet 8 inches tall, but she's very recognizable, obviously. She's a superstar. But some people might not know who she is. And because of her size, it can throw people off a tad bit. Even if if you've ever met somebody famous and realized how short they are in person, it can throw you off a little bit. So apparently she was getting on a plane, and one of the attendants had asked her if she wanted a coloring book because they thought she was a child.
She's a little girl, yeah.
And I wanted to get calls from people who are either small in stature or look really young.
Yeah.
And get mistaken for a child. And if this is just something that happens all the time, because Marissa, it happened to her just recently. 215-263-WMMR is a number, because I'm sure you're expecting it now if it's happened a lot.
So my sister-in-law gets this all of the time. She is very short, but she looks very young. She has.
Is she petite as well?
She's petite. Okay. She's very little. She looks a little more like an adult now because she's very athletic. So she's very muscular. So that will make her. But that would kind of be like Simone Biles.
Yeah,
that makes her look a little more adult-like. But so much so where she was probably. Maybe she was like 17, 18, something like that. And we had friends over, and the little kids were there, and they were like, I'm going to go play with my friend. I want to play with my friend. And they were talking about her. They thought she was a kid. So they wanted to play with her. Yeah, I can pull up a picture of her, sure.
Because also, I mean, Simone Biles, her face actually looks young. And if she's... So I can see that. I've known a number of people in my life who fall squarely in this category, who would dread going out to, it's mostly women in this case, bars and things like that, because of they get the reticent bouncer there's no way,
Yeah, there was a guy I was in line with. He was at a store buying alcohol, and this was, it might have been back in Missouri where you can buy alcohol at grocery stores. And anyhow... And was standing, and I'm looking at the guy, and he's got a 12-pack of beer, and I'm like, no way.
Yeah.
And I see him, and he's holding...
I'm only 6 years old.
Well, he's holding his ID in his hand.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Yep.
He gets this all the time.
Getting that for your daddy, little fella?
Right, exactly.
It's the same thing also is, and we've talked about this before, is now this is visual, but the young voice when you answer a phone, or the kid's like, chirpy voice. But this is... you're showing up and physically you are just constantly mistaken for a kid.
Yeah. Marissa, do you usually get carded?
Yes.
Okay.
A lot.
Yeah.
And then it's embarrassing when I have my ID out and ready, and then they don't want it.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you're in that.
Hi, ma'am.
Yeah.
Will you be needing any sort of walker?
My smile and my crow's feet kind of show. But no, there are some pluses to this. Like, if you can, get a kid's meal without being hassled.
I was wondering.
Some pluses. There's
if
some
you might
minuses.
try to pull that off or not.
Yeah, being at a concert is terrible. I've never seen, a full concert just standing. If I'm in standing room, I've never seen a concert.
Just because you're short?
Ever, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Kathy, is this your cousin?
My sister-in-law.
Yeah.
And she's in her mid-20s now.
Yeah, she definitely looks like a kid.
She looks like a kid.
Any chance you can flip that around? I want to see as well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she looks like a teenager.
Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. Hang on. I'm going to go to Erica. Hi, Erica. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Erica?
Oh, so I am an elementary school teacher, and I'm 5 foot tall, and I'm constantly mistaken for one of my students if I'm bending down or sitting on the floor to help them, and someone else comes in the room. Constantly, where's your teacher?
I'm looking at PrestonandSteve.com.
Marissa found it. She sent over the link, so I pulled it up on this computer for us to share.
We were sharing the story of Charmin has introduced a gigantic roll of toilet paper. It's huge, like 32 times larger than a regular roll. And so we recounted the story when I was in the bathroom here at One Ballot Plaza. I ran out of toilet paper. Nobody is around at that time of day. It was before the show, and I come waddling out because I didn't have any toilet paper, and I thought I was just going to do a quick grab, grab some paper towels, and get back and do it. And at the moment when I come walking out with my pants around my ankles,
and by the way,
Casey comes bopping in, hippy dippy dippy doo.
And
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
I never used the bathroom before the show.
Wow.
It was just a perfect.
So
you caught him.
So then Casey did an artist rendering of the moment. He drew me with my pants down around my ankles.
I think
and
I was
my
generous.
junk hanging out. And the best part about it is I have a big frown on my face.
Because you were sad.
I was so sad.
You did not want to be caught there.
If you would like to see this and a little synopsis of the story, you can go to PrestonandSteve.com. It's probably the featured item on the website today.
It's actually pretty old, so I'm making an Instagram version.
There
so
you
if you
go.
don't follow us on Instagram, do that now and it'll be up shortly.
So, by the way, for context, at that point, you had a little Mississippi mud pie going on in the backside, right?
Well, I pooped. I mean, I don't remember it was diarrhea, but I needed, I had to, that's why I went out there. I needed toilet paper. So, so there you go. That's
There
for
it
you.
is.
Congratulations. All right, we have Bizarre File stories. Here they come.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
And then we have an announcement right after this, by the way. Okay, so it's brought to you by United Tire and Service. Car trouble can be scary, but not at United Tire and Service, where they don't believe in tricks, just good traction. Roll in for 4 new tires and save $25 on any winterization service, UnitedTire.com. Well, I'm sure you may have caught this, but I'm putting it in the bizarre file because it certainly was strange to read about. The Louvre in Paris was shut down on Sunday after a group of masked men broke in and fled on scooters with 8 pieces of jewelry worth millions.
It's insane.
The robbery reportedly took place shortly after opening on Sunday morning when thieves with small chainsaws gained access to the Louvre's Apollo Gallery, home to France's crown jewels. And it has been reported that the jewels once belonged to French military leader and statesman Napoleon and his wife Josephine Bonaparte. Beyond their commercial value, the ministry says the items have an incalculable historical and cultural value. The thieves made off with 8 priceless objects, with a 9th that they tried to steal and was recovered at the scene. The group did not target or steal the world-famous Regent diamond, which is housed in the same gallery that thieves hit. Sotheby's estimated the Regent is worth over $60 million alone. The robbery raises awkward questions about security at the museum, where officials had already sounded the alarm about a lack of investment at the world-famous site. That welcomed, by the way, it had welcomed 8.7 million visitors in last year alone. The suspects are believed to have used an external construction lift installed for ongoing renovation work to reach the gallery on the River Seine side of the museum. They had posed as workers.
Yeah.
They then broke windows to enter and escaped on a motor scooter. It reportedly took the thieves just 7 minutes to complete the heist from the moment they arrived to their getaway. A precise list of what was stolen is being drawn up, and it's sought to include a necklace and brooch belonging to Napoleon and Josephine.
Jeez.
In the escape, the thieves dropped the Eugene crown, a 19th century diamond and emerald-encrusted piece worth millions, which was found broken by the side of the building.
Eugene!
According to the Louvre's website, the crown features golden eagles and is covered in 1,354 diamonds and 56 emeralds. Wow.
So that is the very definition of a brazen robbery. Yeah.
Video footage taken this morning appears to show security staff and members of the public stuck inside the museum. The Parisian Public Prosecutor's Office has confirmed an investigation has been opened into a suspected organized theft and criminal conspiracy to commit crime. And by the way, in years past, when something like this would happen, there would be like a ransom or something along those lines. But they say, nope, what they do now is they break that stuff down, they melt it down, and they just sell it rather than for its cultural, historical value, just the material value.
Yeah, that was my question. How do you move any of this stuff? Or would you just you sell it piece by piece and get rid of the diamonds that way?
That's what they'll do. They'll break them down as individual diamonds. They will no longer be considered a part of this collection.
Wow.
They'll just
Like you're on
sell them as loose diamonds and loose jewels.
Pawnbroker on City Line. This is just belonged to Napoleon.
It's easier to do that.
Yeah.
So the Louvre is the largest museum in the world, nearly 73,000 square meters of exhibition space, more than the size of 10 football pitches. So it's pretty crazy, man. Wow. All right, let's go to a more local story. Tiny little flies are causing a big problem for residents in southern Chester County, and there really is no way to keep them out. Families in Kennett Square and other towns nearby are being overrun with what are called foirid flies. They are, according to Kennett Square resident Artem Schwarzbart, that's what it is.
Schwarzbart.
Yeah, Schwarzbart said they're tiny, they get through screens, they congregate all along the ceiling, they come down, they die, they fall on the counters, and I found them on toothbrushes.
No.
I found them on all areas of the bathroom.
No.
He said
I hate them.
Particular flies are born and bred in the compost of the local mushroom farms.
Just keeps getting worse.
The flies are not good for the mushroom crops, but once they leave those facilities, they ride on the breezes before becoming a problem for homeowners nearby. Suzanne Heron, who lives there as well, said it looks like the ceiling is moving. Like when you look up, it's just hundreds of thousands of flies.
No.
The problem is at its worst on cool fall evenings when the flies are looking for warmth and humidity. It's an issue that has made some neighbors say that they regret moving to the area and are worried about their property values if they try to sell.
So they can come through screen windows.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Wow.
Kennett Square's longtime mayor has been pleading for help from the state and now has worked with the company to get an emergency use trial of netting and chemical solutions applied to the mushroom farms. But in the meantime, families are just trying to keep up with the endless task of setting out and emptying traps full of dead flies. Homeowners say they feel like they just can't keep up anymore, and they're praying for this plague on their homes to end.
If you have so many that it looks like your ceiling is moving, I don't think you're going to have any standard form of mitigation. We're looking at, it will look like a swarm of them, but holy crap.
Yeah, pretty bad. Police in Kennebunk, Maine are searching for a man who made off with thousands of dollars that wound up in the middle of the road in the town, which is just outside of Portland, Maine. Kennebunk police said that about 6:50 p.m. on Wednesday, they received a report of an older man that was picking up about $7,400 in cash that had fallen onto the street from the roof of a car belonging to the rightful owner of the money.
Rye bread.
According to police, a young man had made the money by selling a vehicle and did not realize he accidentally left the cash on the roof of his car before driving off. Police said the young man's father went to look for the lost money and came upon the man grabbing the money off the street. He then got out of his vehicle to confront him and try to recoup some of the loose money. The incident was captured on the father's dashboard camera, and the police shared several pictures on their Facebook page. The police said that this was not the case of finders keepers and instead is a serious crime given the amount of money. And police
if it's in the street, anyone can take it.
Said the suspect, who had faced a charge of theft of mislaid or lost property, was seen driving away in a dark Honda CR-V. So they are trying to track him down. They're asking for anyone who has information to call police.
I wonder how specific the rules are concerning stuff like that. A truck falls over with a cargo, and obviously, if it's just a fresh fall that that it's not your property. It's not free for all, for everyone.
Right.
But at what point could you?
Yeah.
If it's not collected up.
Yep. All right. And there you go. That is the Bizarre File for you this morning. Announcement time. Ooh. So from time to time, we will have pop-up shops in the MMR Rock Shop with some new merchandise for you. And we are excited that we are now introducing a full Bird Bot pop-up shop.
Let's find out who's got the bot. Who got the bot.
So there is, in addition to the full color Preston Steve BirdBot 2.0 Kelly Green t-shirt, we have an array of new items that you can get for a limited time. So to highlight a couple of them, we have green and white striped custom bib overalls.
Oh, those are great!
With BirdBot on it. They look fantastic. A clear, stadium-friendly BirdBot waist bag. a 24-ounce stadium-size beer can koozie with BirdBot on it. We have a BirdBot vinyl bottle sticker. We have the BirdBot Kelly Green pullover hoodie. We also have a sticker sheet with 4 custom designs with the Preston Steve logo, MMR logo, and 2 different BirdBot designs that are now available for Eagles fans everywhere. It's a great item to buy and send to people who have moved out of town as well.
Yeah.
The order deadline for all items in the BirdBot pop-up shop is Wednesday, October 29th. And you can click the Rock Shop at WMMR.com to get the details and see all of the awesome items.
So BirdBot has directly been associated with 2 Super Bowl victories.
You're damn right.
So I would say the onus is on you to ensure a Super Bowl victory by buying some of this merchandise.
Certainly won't hurt. So that is now there for your viewing and purchasing pleasure. The BirdBot pop-up.
The graphics are great. They look terrific.
Yep. So when you get a chance, go take a look at them today and send them around to friends and be one of the sexiest, most hip individuals in your neighborhood by getting your BirdBot merch. All right, we're going to take a break. When we get back, our first guest of the morning, Christy Martin, is stopping by. Movie is coming out about her life.
Yes.
Sydney Sweeney stars. We'll come back with her in just a little bit. Stay with us.
Oh, because, yeah, you're always in the front row when you're in a crowd. You know, when you line up for pictures, like school pictures, I was always in the front row. I still am in the front row, you know, with the kids. And, like, it's funny, but, like, okay, I'm short, I'm in the room.
Do other kids, so will kids or your will they approach you as a kid sometimes if they don't know you're the adult?
From the back, sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, like if you just see my hair, if you see my face, I look young, but I'm like I teach elementary school, so I'm clearly not. If you see my face, like a 10-year-old.
Right, yeah.
But I've been out with other people who are much taller than me and kind of been treated like you said, like, oh, do you need something?
Are you looking for your mommy?
Yeah, I'm not. No, thank you.
Now, Erica, if you were to dress the proper way, you think you could pull off being, a teenager for a little bit and fool some people?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We had a school theme day where it was the teachers dressed like kids and the kids dressed like teachers. And I wore like leggings and a giant sweatshirt and put my hair in pigtails and oh yeah, I could have passed for like a middle schooler.
I wonder if that would come in handy for I mean, listen, it's better that you're breaking, that you look younger than, oh, who's this fossil, know? But I mean, I wonder if that comes in, well, besides Marissa's thing about getting to use the order from the children's menu without being hassled.
That I've never tried that, but I've been in that Marissa situation where they're like, no, you're okay. And then other times they demand it.
Oh, Erica, when like at the Phillies, when they have special promotions, all kids 15 and under get a complimentary bobblehead. You should try that.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
All right. Thanks, Erica. Appreciate it. All right. I want to go to, now it's not just the size, but this is interesting. Kevin has a thing that happens to his mom. Hey, Kevin, good morning.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up, man?
Hey, all right. So my mom has a very young-sounding voice, and so whenever she answers a phone call or anything like that, people tend to think that she's actually a child.
Okay.
So she had called into the doctor's office to schedule an appointment or something like that, and when they answered, they thought that she was actually my younger sister, and they were giving her a hard time saying, that she wasn't able to make an appointment because my younger sister is only 11 years old.
Put your mother on the phone.
Yes, I'm trying to schedule a hysterectomy.
That's pretty funny, Kevin. And so how did she prove to them that she was indeed the mom?
Well, they obviously asked her the harder questions that an 11-year-old.
Who's president?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
wow. That would be annoying. Yes, all the time.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, listen. So now I want to hear from childlike sounding people.
Yeah.
Right. To call us. 215-263-WMMR. If you get mistaken as a child because of your voice, I want to hear that. This is something we can do on the radio.
My friend in college had a voice that sounded and it was exacerbated by the phone. he sounded like a kid, like a little boy, and he was forever getting brick walls. Can you put your parents on?
Yeah.
But obviously he wasn't talking like a 6-year-old or an 8-year-old, but he just sounded like a kid.
Let me go to Heather. Hi, Heather. Good morning.
Hey, guys. What's up?
Yeah, Heather. What's going on?
My niece is almost 30 years old, and she gave birth within the last, 7 months. And she tells me that, people give her dirty looks because she's got a baby and she looks young. I'm like, nah, that's not the case. Until I went out with her shopping one time, and I walked a little back, just far back, just to, see if she was full of crap or not. And sure enough, people look at the baby, they look up at her, and she's very slim. She's all skin and bone. She's gorgeous, but she has this angelic face that I think makes her look, 15 years younger.
What's your troubling story, sweetheart?
Right.
What happened to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I can definitely see that. I've seen women who are tiny who have babies that are like a half their.
Yeah.
It's like carrying around a full-sized human for them.
Somebody texted in and said being able to shop in the kids' clothes section can help save some money. That's
I know people
true.
who buy. I mean,
if you don't mind
I do.
Hello Kitty on your shirt.
No, well, I know people who do it, and I actually just did it for the first time, but will buy kids' Nikes because they're cheaper than the adult Nike.
Okay.
How big can you get them? Can you get them?
I mean, I can buy a kid size, and it's equivalent to the size shoe that I wear. Yeah, obviously,
little feet.
The larger size shoe you wear, I don't know that you can be able to.
What size?
I wear a 7, 6.5, 7.
So it'd be like a kid's 8 or a kid's 9.
No, what is it? It's a kid's 5, I think.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's a size and a half or 2 sizes down.
So I was able to save by shopping in the kids section for my condoms.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, they were much
when
smaller.
I was a waiter, I needed to get pants for my waiting job, and I ended up going to Kohl's and I shopped. I got my pants in the kids' husky section.
My son is what you call stocky. He's husky. He's a whale.
Why'd you do that?
It was cheaper.
It was cheaper.
I
Okay.
had no money,
Okay.
and I just needed black Dockers, and I think
I'm interested in that house dress.
Where do the fat kids shop?
Where those huge gelatinous kids shopping?
Let me go to Joe. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, you guys rock.
Thank you, Joe. What's up, buddy?
So when I started teaching initially, after I graduated, I was actually at my alma mater, and they asked me to go work at my high school, which I was really happy to do, to teach Spanish. And I have a backpack that's a professional bag to carry my laptop in. And I'm walking back to the other school that I normally teach at, and another teacher in the hallway, she's like, "Hey, son, do you have your hall pass?" And I work here.
Yeah.
Dude. I work here! Hey! Hey! I work here,
You
a-hole!
son of a bitch! Imagine you think this little kid is freaking out. I swear to God, I'm going to sleep with your wife.
Oh, that's funny, Joe.
Yeah, no. Does it become annoying, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I had to grow out a full beard. Because if not, nowadays, if I shaved it off, I would look like a middle school student, and I don't want to get flagged down again.
Preston, I'm thinking of that Monsters episode where Eddie has the full beard.
Oh, yes. Hey, by the way, so if you watch Umbrella Academy, the character number 5, he is a young guy, looks really, really young, but acts much, much older.
Right.
And his character in real life is an elderly guy, but he's in a kid's body. And he pulls that off.
He's great.
Seamlessly. Yep. And I'm always amazed by that. Somebody who can
project that.
You might sit there and go, okay, maybe this guy's in his 30s and he's got some kind of a condition that makes him look like he's, 13 years old.
You refer to kids like that, they say they're possessed of an old soul.
An old soul, yeah.
The only time I ever felt like he wasn't doing a great job acting like an adult in this past season was when he was drinking alcohol. I was like, if he actually ever drank alcohol, he wouldn't be drinking like that. Do you know what I mean?
I do, yeah.
Let me go to Ashley, who sounds very young. Hi, Ashley. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Ashley. So let's hear you chat a little bit. What have you? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I'm 41.
Oh, wow.
And I get from like teenager to young 20s. And I look very young too.
Okay, so not only do you look young, you sound young, so that's a double edge when you're trying to say buy alcohol or go into a bar or something.
Do you get carded a lot?
And yes, absolutely. And I have a 21-year-old daughter too. So when I was young, when she was younger, I would get dirty looks all the time. Like anytime I went to the store, people would like give me dirty looks, and I even had a lady at the store come up to me and tell me I should be ashamed of myself.
What?
Because she thought you
I was like,
because she thought you were like a teenager with a child with an adult child, or
yes. Mm-hmm.
None of your business. First,
Do you guys get mistaken for sisters? You and your daughter?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's got to be cool in one way.
Yeah.
So when is it the most frustrating? Like when strangers are berating you at Wawa?
Yeah, like it was just embarrassing. Like and I shouldn't have to tell someone like what my age is. Like,
Right.
Here's my ID.
Yeah.
Like just mind your business.
Yeah. Exactly.
Have you ever been in a place? I mean, you always have to make sure you have that ID on you, or you will end up screwed in a number of situations.
Always.
Yeah. No.
Even checking into hotels, they're like, excuse me, where are your parents?
Yeah. Where's your mom? Where is your mommy?
If you're sitting, if you're at a restaurant and you're with a whole group of friends, adults, whatever, and you order a cocktail, or sometimes you the only one that they'll ask to see an ID?
Always.
Always.
So,
yeah.
have you ever been offered like a comic book or like a?
Stare at it.
Yeah.
Like they'll stare at it for like a good minute, and I know they want to be like, especially when they hear me speak too, because I sound really.
That doesn't help.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ashley.
You know what I think adds to it, because it does happen to me a lot, because you know
Right.
how young I look.
You look
guys.
incredibly young.
Yeah, because I look so
Yeah,
young. No, but
it was Preston and Steve and the kid was the original title.
no, but seriously, if I don't have makeup on, I always get carded. Like they'll look at
Really?
me. Yeah, if I guess I don't know, I look younger or whatever. And what was amazing was when I went.
First, real quick, I want to give a plug-a-rooney, a little butt plug for an event that I'm involved in. It's called the Mother's Wish Gala for 2025, Casino Night. And this is going to be on Saturday, November 1st, so it's coming up in a couple weeks. And we're going to be at the Alloy King of Prussia. It's DoubleTree by Hilton. And it's a night of casino, like gambling. So you buy essentially chips, if you will, or checks, as they call them in the casino.
Right.
And all that money goes to the charity. And then you gamble, and you can win more, and then you use those to buy tickets for the raffle items.
That's pretty cool.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And there's
Especially if you like the casino games.
there's buffet-style dinner, there's an open bar, and it's a lot of fun, and there's going to be roulette and craps and blackjack, and I'll be hosting the whole thing. And by the way, this is the last time that this event is taking place. And in fact, the charity and all the proceeds are going to go to help support people that are suffering with Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis. And also, it's benefiting everything within that umbrella, like patient education, advocacy, Camp Oasis, and stuff like that. But the charity is going to be folding after this.
Okay.
So this is the big event they wanted to do. They could have just ended it, but they wanted to do one more fundraising drive, get it out there to help try to find a cure for Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis, or IBD. So this is it's just become. It's a lot of work for all the people. These are all volunteers that do this. My wife was the president of it for a while, but it's just a lot of work.
Trust me, I know.
You know.
Charity
Yeah.
work. My wife does the same thing. Charity work on this grassroots level is like 24/7. It just is a huge undertaking.
So we're very proud of this event. I'm excited to be hosting it. And so, like I said, Saturday, November 1st. And we have a link on PrestonandSteve.com. Go to the events page and click on that. And you can join us. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a great time. And looking forward to seeing you if you can make it. Our guest is running a few minutes behind. Christy Martin's going to be here in just a little bit. So we got a couple of minutes to mention some things. I want to reiterate this announcement we just made at WMMR.com's Rock Shop. We have a bird bot pop-up shop. Dude, there are bib overalls.
Yeah.
Green and white striped. They look obnoxious, which is perfect for game day or going to a party or an Eagles themed anything. You are going to stand out with these bird bot bib overalls. But there's hoodies and shirts and koozies and all kinds of great things. And these are limited time offer, by the way. So October 29th is when this will wrap up. So if you want to check that out, go to WMMR.com and click on the Rock Shop and see if there's something there, an item you'd like to buy.
Isn't it insane how this thing took off? It's just been amazing. And then Birdbot appearances are now getting swamped.
Yeah. And by the way, you can these would be great for a holiday gift coming up.
Yes, yeah.
You want to get out in advance of buying some gifts for Christmas or whatever you're celebrating. This is a good way to do it. I was talking to somebody yesterday who's already doing their Christmas shopping.
There you go.
I need to start on that. I got to get past Rochelle's birthday first, which is coming up on the 27th. So
I've already bought 2 for Claire.
Christmas gifts?
We're doing the thing. I'd like to have this for Christmas. Okay, I'll get it.
Rock on.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
They get what they want.
Yep.
You get out of having to guess what they want.
That's right.
And tap into your creativity.
You didn't want that table saw?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That wagon wheel table.
Yeah.
My mom's been rapping for Christmas for the last weeks.
I didn't even know she was musical.
Yeah, no, she's good. She got into it in the 80s in the onset of early rap,
Sure.
Sugar Hill Gang and, all that. But
Run DMC.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Good.
She's also
rapping for Christmas.
shopping for Thanksgiving already. She bought 10 pounds of potatoes. I'm like, Mom.
They're not going to make it.
You know they're not going to make it.
Yeah.
So she's getting her times mixed up these days.
That's all good. As long as she doesn't wrap, like Jello mold.
Dude.
She wrapped the cat.
With cat food in it.
I made that joke on Saturday. It's like, oh my God. Yeah. We're not far from that.
Well, all right. Well, we do have a little bit of time. And listen, when Christy gets here, Marissa, just go ahead and bring her in and we'll pop her directly onto the mic. But we need something to kill a little bit of time. So I saw this story. We had earlier the story of Pete Davidson flying his girlfriend in a private jet to go see Paul McCartney.
Yeah, like we all do.
In Minnesota as a little thing. So why not talk about the most expensive zip codes in the country?
Yeah.
Just
places that you would get chased out of. That I would get chased out of.
Easily.
They don't even tell me where these zip codes are.
So this is the 10th year that Property Shark has released their most expensive zip codes ranking. And they measured the median sale prices rather than listings. The top 100 report tracks where high-end transactions truly close, not where sellers are asking for the highest prices. This is
they actually
a distinction.
Sell.
Yeah, this is when they've actually sold. So in 2025, Florida's surge to the top was only one part of a wider realignment. Miami Beach's Fisher Island became the country's priciest zip code. California retained its broad dominance with 8 of the 10 highest medians and a record dense cluster in Newport Beach.
Where's that? Is it Del Rey, Florida? That's the Billionaire's Row, they call it?
Oh.
Is that on the list, Preston?
Well, I don't know. I'll give these to you. I didn't see that when I looked at this yesterday, but
that's where Mark Wahlberg just bought a huge.
Number 1 is Miami Beach. And the 2025 median sale price.
All right, lay it on me.
$9.5 million.
Stop it.
The median.
That's the median.
Yeah,
That's the middle. That's the average.
Yeah. How'd you get stuck with that?
Wow. Following last year's record high breaking $5.75 million median price.
These are places that have elevators for their cars.
Yeah. Easily.
By the way, Steve, there are 2 Billionaires Row in Florida. So the one that you mentioned is one, Stone Creek Ranch near Delray Beach, which is the one you brought up, the Mark Wahlberg one. And then there's also one in Palm Beach that's called South Ocean Boulevard. So that's how the ridiculous the real estate is in Florida.
So Fisher Island reached staggering new heights after a whopping 65% price jump. Price trends were also, they were so vertical on Fisher Island this year that the cheapest home sold for $1.41 million. I'd like to see what like the square footage is and all of that stuff too.
I'd be curious about that as well because when we talk about this all the time when we were out in L.A. A couple of years ago for an industry thing, and we were passing by ranch homes. We asked the guy who was the taxi driver, taking us to the hotel. Hey, what would that go for? $1.5 million.
The most expensive in the Miami Beach area was bought for nearly $23.7 million by high-profile Miami lawyers William and Julianne Charuis. So, wow.
I mean, sometimes when you're in some of these houses, somehow we made a massive error when we were doing some house hunting for the house we currently have. And I forget exactly where we ended up in, but somehow we ended up at a house, open house. It was 12,000 square feet.
Wow.
I'm like, I thought, listen, I never felt more, I felt like sloth attending, a black tie event.
Yeah.
It's like, this is not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me my baby Ruth and let me go.
This is not my beautiful house.
Yeah.
The only way to get to Fisher Island in Florida is private ferry. So you can't even drive there if you're a normal person.
Wow.
I mean, private ferry. Oh, private ferry. My bad.
Yep. So the second place was Atherton, California. The median sale price is $8.3 million. Then you have Sagaponack, New York.
Yeah.
And that is, the median price is 5.9, so just under $6 million.
Well, okay, where? Go back to the California one. Where in California is that? Is that like northern, southern?
Atherton, California. It says the Bay Area Billionaire Enclave, so near San Francisco.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sagaponack, New York. I'm not sure where that
out
is.
on the eastern end of, I think it's, well, unless I'm misstating this, on the near Montauk, Sag Harbor, the Hamptons.
You're right. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Steve, it's in between Southampton and East Hampton.
Okay.
Number 4 was Newport Beach, California. It's the lower half of the Balboa Peninsula, by the way. Yeah. So.
And let me show you the lovely Arboretum. Can you say that? I just learned how to say Arboretum. Here is the conservatory. That's where Colonel Mustard will be spending most of the time. Yeah, stay away from him if he's holding a lead pipe.
The worst realtor in the world.
There's an island there called Balboa Island, and
as I said, this is the kitchen with a lovely walk-in refrigerator.
A walk-in refrigerator.
That's nice. But I rode a bike around there one time, and I have a friend who lives in Newport, and so it was a really good college friend, and it was really nice to go visit him. And he lives in a modest home, but we went on a bike ride around Balboa Island, and it was just like, it's jaw dropping. You look at stuff that
drove by with an enormous head.
You look at stuff that you're just never going to afford, and it's just hard to fathom sometimes that other humans live in those places.
I don't know what it is, but I know you've had the same experiences. I just feel out of my element when I'm around. You get invited to events, and sometimes we have, and even in certain areas, I'm like, I shouldn't be here.
Steve, honestly, it felt better to be on a bike because I felt like I could get out of there faster.
Right.
Nick, let me ask you a question, because you recommended to me years ago to go to Newport, Rhode Island, which I did, and I saw those amazing homes that are there. That the Vanderbilts and the Rockefellers had owned. The
Vanderpumps,
the current homes like that on Balboa Island, how do they compare to the majesty of those?
They're not as big. I mean,
they're not as big, right?
Yeah, most homes in California just aren't. I mean, I don't know if it's a real estate is just more of a premium there or whatever, but like those mansions in Newport, Rhode Island compared to Newport Beach in California, they're just not nearly as many square feet.
They're like the size of an office building.
Yeah.
I mean, the ones on Newport.
Well, there was
Rhode
that
Island.
one that they, you look at even the Jennifer Lopez, Ben Affleck boondoggle there, 70 million. If you look at where that is, there are houses right up on it, all around it.
Yeah.
So it's not on 50 acres.
The Breakers.
The Breakers.
Yeah.
That's the name of this one house. It's awesome. It's incredible.
Is that where Taylor Swift has a place?
She does.
Okay.
Yeah, and but I guess maybe like when those places were built, Preston, like you could just with raw materials or whatever, they could just build them bigger, and because it's older real estate, you could afford it more back in the turn of the century. I'm not sure. I don't know why they're so much bigger in Rhode Island compared to California.
We're looking at a picture of the Breakers.
Yeah,
and they have really large plots of land as well, so they owned all of that.
Steve, you can tour that. I mean, that's open to the public, and you can walk around it. It's really beautiful. It's worth a visit, but it's just staggering.
And it's a series of them.
Yeah,
which is wild. They're spread out over a big distance, but it's amazing.
I've been up in the area. It'd be cool to see it from the water.
Yeah. So speaking of Newport Beach, California was number 4 on this list as far as the most expensive zip codes for actual sales. Number 5 is Watermill, New York. $5.5 million is the median price there.
Okay.
Then you have Santa Barbara, California.
Yes, of course.
Yep.
So Barbara.
I've heard that's just a beautiful area. I've never been. Median price is $5.2 million. Then you have Stinson Beach, California. Newport Beach, California is number 8. Didn't I already say Newport?
You did.
Okay.
And maybe a different part of the neighborhood.
Yeah, different zip code.
Oh, okay.
There. And then you have Los Altos and Newport Beach, California, a different zip code in Newport. So a lot of these are in Newport. And then Rancho Santa Fe. So these are the most expensive zip codes in the country. I thought it was kind of an interesting peak.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, our next guest has arrived, and she brought something fluffy with her, which is wonderful to see. We got a little puppy dog running around on our counter here, but she is a pioneer in the world of boxing, so much so that there's a movie coming out about her life. November 7th is when this will open, and Sydney Sweeney stars in the title role of Christy, and we want to welcome to our studio, Christy Martin. Yay! How you doing, Christy?
Thanks for having me, guys.
Nice to see you. Who's your service dog here?
His name is Champ.
Champ.
That's
Yeah,
appropriate.
original, right?
Little
Very
Pomeranian.
appropriate. Yeah.
Adorable.
He's a sweetheart.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, hey, congratulations on this film coming out. It's got to be wild having a movie made about your life, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a small town girl from southern West Virginia, coal miner's daughter, and here we go,
Yeah.
sharing my life with the world.
Well, your story,
So much.
your story certainly invites it. I mean, it's a tale of successes and lowest of the lows and highest of the highs.
So I watched the movie with the actual movie, Christy, with God, I'm having a brain fart.
Sydney Sweeney?
Sydney Sweeney, yeah, all these names. Love the movie, thought it was really good. And then I watched Deal with the Devil, your Netflix special, and I took a deep dive on everything. And this movie and your story are two stories. There's the classic sports story, which is the you just start out, enter this contest on a dare. You end up you have a natural ability as a boxer. You go all the way to Don King handling you, and while all that's going on, you are in the sphere of a very controlling, very manipulative, abusive trainer / husband at a point. And these are two stories running concurrently. And I was telling Preston last night watching all this, I go, this is an unbelievable story. It almost warrants two movies. So it leads me to my question. As you were recounting this and writing this and seeing all this, because so much of it is so traumatic, is there a little PTSD that comes back to you when you were experiencing it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough. I told the guys this morning, I can't sit through it. I've been through it. I've been through it 2 or 3 times. I watched the movie, and it is awesome. I mean, it is so. Sydney Sweeney did the work. She went to the gym. She did the boxing stuff. We talked about the domestic violence. Every aspect of my life, she's portraying it. She's putting it out there. And then Ben Foster is Jim Martin. He is Jim Martin. And it's scary and it's too much. And I just, I can't see it over and over.
And I know you can certainly understand why, because having watched the movie and then watching the Netflix special, by the way, he's in that special, that documentary, and he's in prison. And you can see the manipulative nonsense and the way he perceives things and the stuff that he put you through. But there's the other part of the story, which is your rise from, you're just kind of being you, and you have this natural ability, and it takes you to the point where, I mean, you were the pivotal point that really put women's boxing into the forefront, and that the recounting of the bout, it was at the MGM, correct?
Yes.
And you were facing off against Gogarty. Was her name. And this was a battle. You were the undercard, Mike Tyson. Explain what happened and how you ended up on the undercard of a Mike Tyson fight.
So here I am, as I said, coal miner's daughter, signed to Don King. And DK just told me, Christy, I'm going to treat you like all the other fighters. I'm going to put you out there. You're going to sink or swim. And so to get the opportunity to fight under Mike Tyson, the world watched Mike Tyson.
Mm-hmm.
I was just like the appetizer. I was the opening and tried to get him warmed up for Tyson. But that particular night, we put on a show that no one could have imagined that two women could fight like this.
And Tyson was a fan. He wanted you to be the undercard. He selected you, right?
Tyson was very supportive. I mean, at any point, he could have said to DK, I don't want her on my undercard.
Yeah.
Even after, I actually got fight of the night on a Mike Tyson show.
Yeah.
He could have said, I don't want her anymore. But he didn't. He's always been supportive, and still, he's in the Netflix documentary. You know, he's still supportive of whatever I'm doing, and I'm actually going to go watch his one-man stand-up show here in a couple months.
Which is pretty amazing. The guy who plays Chad Coleman plays Don King in the movie. He's like spot on. Don King is a character. After all has been said and done, and even Tyson has his issues with Don King, you know, and the way things were handled. What's your takeaway from about Don King?
You know, Don King is a complicated human being.
Yeah.
Did he give me a wonderful opportunity? Absolutely. I mean, without Don King, I wouldn't be here talking with you guys today. We wouldn't be doing the movie.
Right.
It was that opportunity that no other boxing promoter was willing to give him any female fighter. And look, he put me on the biggest shows that were promoted in the 90s. So it was all positive, really, with Don King, until it wasn't. And, you know, like every fighter, every business relationship, there's ups and downs. And so that's how it was with King.
How much relationship did you have with Sydney in prepping her for the role?
So I did a lot of time with Sydney. It was fun. We actually showed up at the boxing gym one day and said, hey, okay, Sydney, you're doing a really good job, but I need you to twist just a little more on that left hook.
Yeah.
Get a little more power into it. She's a tiny little girl.
Yeah.
And so I need you to put a little more butt into it. But so we had a lot of boxing conversations. Like I said, we had conversations about the domestic violence stuff, and
it's depicted,
she put wholehearted into it.
It's depicted in the movie. They don't hold back, and they show, you know, the aggressiveness. And I don't want to give away too much, and I know that this is your life, but it all boils down to this one encounter where you're kind of putting your foot down, and you have this woman that you're involved with and that you love, who is an important part of your life, and he is completely, Jim Martin is completely manipulative. And that one night you're on the phone and explain what happens, because it's just as horrific a thing as anyone could possibly imagine.
Yeah, so Jim Martin comes into my room. I'm getting up, putting one tennis shoe on. I'm getting ready to go for a run. I'm talking on the phone, and he says, I have something to show you. And I really thought he had a boxing contract behind his back.
Right.
But he didn't. He had a knife.
Oh, geez.
And so he stabbed me several times. I ended up shooting me. Left me for dead that night. But as I say, God had a bigger plan for me. And I'm here today to help other people not go down that same path that I went down.
And you will, which is an amazing thing. I'm sure you have. But so he goes in to take a shower. You're able somehow to draw yourself up and get out. And this, an angel, you call him, stopped and picked you up. Did you ever find out who that guy was? Have you talked to him?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Rick Cole was his name. And he just watched the movie with me in Orlando on Thursday night. Yes, he is
It's a
my
tough
angel.
call. Yeah.
And I just hug him and tell him thank you every time I see him. I just can't believe. The first car went by me.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, dude, no way I'm letting the second car pass me. And he happened to be the driver for the second car.
Christy, being in this abusive relationship, you know, and your scenario, what it was, you depended on him for certain things. What type of advice can you offer to people that find themselves in that situation? I know everybody's situation is unique and is, you know, they see it as impossible to get out of. Are there words of advice that you give to people that are either have lived or are currently living through that?
The thing is, if you are currently in a domestic violence situation, get out. Reach out for help. There are people out there in every city, domestic violence shelters, centers, counselors that will help you, can help you, and will help you. The problem is you have to do it today, because tomorrow might be that day that they snap, and that's the day that they're going to, you know, hurt you or kill you. You just can't stay 1 minute longer than you need to. You don't need to stay any minutes.
It's so wild because there's a charity that Preston's involved with, and we participate in Laurel House, and they provide refuge for anybody, men, women, whatever, who go through this. So we are acutely aware of a lot of this. The way Jim Martin is portrayed in the movie, and obviously in your life in general, the real individual, I'm sure that would send up flags for so many people who have been in abusive, manipulative relationships, because he's actually recording you while you're at home. He's actually videotaping you. He's setting up things to embarrass you. He's recording you, with cocaine and all these other things that to blackmail you. He wanted to have complete control, and then he sort of curried favor with your mother. And how were you able to deal with that in the long term?
That's one of the hardest things to try to accept,
Yeah.
move forward, get over. I don't know what the right word is. My mother passed in February, and she passed with me not feeling 100% fixed.
Yeah.
And that, we had crossed all those hurdles in our relationship. It was tough, but he was the master manipulator. He could just talk to people and make them think that he was the perfect person and I was the crazy one, which I am a little crazy, but he wasn't perfect. And he just convinced her that it was all me making the mistakes and not, never him. He was always the perfect person.
Yeah.
Was there anybody else in your life that could see those things, see through those things, that manipulation, and try to warn you about it?
No one ever warned me about it prior to.
Right.
And it was so crazy.
Right.
After being shot and stabbed, left for dead, so many people came to me and said, Christy, we're so sorry. We saw this happening. We knew this. We thought things weren't right. We knew there was something with him, that the control, the isolation, all those things. We just didn't know how to approach you because we thought you were happy.
Right. And that therein lies a conundrum for somebody who's a friend or a confidant, and they see this and they worry about ruining the relationship with that person. Even though you may be right, you could still be in a bizarre scenario where you would defend him and take offense to what they're saying. So it puts people in a really tough position all the way around.
Absolutely. And he controlled my circle. So he controlled who was in, who was out. So those people that were close to me knew if they said something to me that maybe I would say to him or said something to him, they would be cut out of the circle. They would no longer be invited to go to the fights, invited to go to the events.
And you were on the cover of Sports Illustrated. You were on Leno, Conan, everyone. It's depicted in the movie, and obviously this is how it happened. After that fight, that earth-shattering fight, and you're the star. You didn't even believe. You thought you were being pranked because people were contacting you from all these shows, and you're on top of the world. And you got he's like, this is my cash cow. You tell him you're his ATM.
100%.
Yeah.
I was his personal ATM. He stole money that I later found out he was stealing money. He bought himself all the most fancy things, and he would go to shop for me off the sale rack, which I'm cool with. I'm not that fancy chick, but it, when you see him buying Versace and he's going to the Walmart, for me, it kind of is a little offensive, when nothing wrong with Walmart.
Yeah.
Come on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
No, he was bleeding you.
Absolutely.
He was bleeding you.
He's sending money to his kids. He's sending money to his ex-wife. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with me?
Yeah.
This picture, something's not right.
My heart goes out to anybody, as we all do. Our heart goes out to anybody in a situation like that where you're so far in, you can't see it, and it had to come to this cataclysmic event for you to, get clear of this monster.
And that's where I was. I had made up my mind that I'm either going to live through or die with whatever he's going to do to me.
Yeah.
Can I ask, Christy, so you're gay and you've known for a long time that you're attracted to other women. How is it that you end up marrying this man?
I married Jim because I married boxing, number one. I married Jim because it made life easier for me. My family, believe it or not, he was older than my dad, but they still accepted him because he was a him and not a her.
So you were 22, he was 47, I thought I read?
Yes.
Okay, when you guys got married.
Yes.
And it's wild because also you ended up, you would be he had you being sort of critical to other female boxers who were gay. And eventually, go ahead.
Well, and I would tell him, Jim, you are you're about to open up a can of worms here, because the more I say, you're making me say, it's just going to make somebody from my past come out and say, ho, this is what we know about Christy, or here's a picture of Christy and so-and-so. It never happened, but I did live in that fear that he's making me, pressuring me to say these negative things, but somebody's going to pipe up from somewhere, and then I have a mess on my hands.
There's also the story of just the athlete that you are, and you were described as having a granite jaw, and you shocked when your male sparring partner was like, holy hell, and that's depicted, and you went from 0 to 60 in knowing, I mean, did you just suddenly go, I guess I'm a really great boxer? Did you believe how good you were out of the gate?
No.
Yeah.
No. And like, how in the world could this be a career?
Yeah.
Because no female had ever done that before. I had no idea that it would ever become, promoted by Don King, fighting on pay-per-view, fighting on Showtime, HBO. Those are like dreams that no way can come true.
Not
But
from
they
a coal
absolutely
miner's
did.
daughter,
Not from
right?
a coal
Right.
miner's daughter.
If you're just tuning in, it's Christy Martin who we're talking to, and we're discussing the film Christy, which is coming out theaters November 7th. There's a screening tonight at the Philly Film Fest at 8:30, by the way. Had you ever, before that tough man, tough woman contest that you entered, had you ever fought anybody before? Like just, on the street? Like, have you ever had a physical altercation before that?
Yes.
You were an athlete.
I just want to know if you had natural
Yeah.
fighting instincts and had actually fought before you put on gloves and went in a ring.
I had never seen a boxing gym, never been in a boxing gym, never been into a real professional fight. But I'm competitive.
Yeah.
I'm an athlete. So, yes, I had a little,
Some
little
squabbles.
skirmish, yeah,
Uh-huh.
here and
Yeah.
One thing that and it's clear you basketball and little league, you played on the boys team, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the thing that I thought was wild though, watching the movie, which is terrific by the way, Christy. It ends just before what happened in real life. You had your 50th. It was going to be your 50th fight, and you fought valiantly. You came back, and you describe what happens because you had a severe injury while you're boxing, but you were just seconds away.
Yeah, so I came back after being 6 months after being shot and stabbed, and Bob Aaron put me on the show. Winning, I broke my hand in the second round.
Oh, man.
Continued to win. I'm winning the fight easily. We get to the sixth round, which is the last round of the fight. 50 seconds to go. I throw a right hand. My hand's broken. When I throw the right hand, I must have screwed up my face a little bit. The referee steps in, takes me to the doctor. The doctor stops the fight with 50 seconds to go, with me 50 seconds from my 50th win. I've just been shot and stabbed.
Yeah.
You wanna stop this fight because I have a broken hand?
Right.
What is wrong with this picture? And that's what I'm trying to tell him. It's 50 seconds. I'm ahead. Please do not stop the fight. He stops the fight. After that fight, the doctor tells me, Christy, you just spoke at a ringside physician conference, and you told us physicians that we have to protect you fighters from yourselves. And I said to him, using some bad words, I wasn't talking about me.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on, dude. 50 seconds.
You didn't
not
have
gonna
to
let
throw
me
a
get
punch.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
No, I was so far ahead. I did, as long as I finished on my feet, I was winning the fight. So they took me to the hospital to fix my hand. I had a stroke during surgery.
Oh,
What? Stroke, yeah.
So I said to God, what are you doing to me? I know you're not going to put more on me than I can handle, but you think I'm way stronger than I am.
Well, I think from what I remember, you were saying that the surgery was supposed to take about an hour and a half, ended up taking close to 7.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was one of the worst hand injuries that particular surgeon had ever seen. So,
wow.
It was broken in 9 places.
Wow. Well, speaking of your right hand, you're wearing a big ring on that hand. Is that a championship ring? What is that?
That is from the International Boxing Hall of Fame.
Nice.
The first woman to be inducted.
well deserved.
Man,
Yeah.
first woman to be inducted. You were the first female boxer on the cover of
Only
a sport.
female
Only
boxer.
female boxer on the
Thank
cover
you.
of Sports Illustrated. No
Yes.
kidding.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. When that happened, when they were going to put you on, what was going through your mind?
So we're about 2 weeks from the cover coming out,
Mm-hmm.
and they told me, Christy, as long as no one does anything crazy, like no one dies or no one cusses out somebody, you're going to be on the cover. And I'm like, oh, so I'm watching Sports Center 24/7. Like, everything needs to be smooth. And here we go, cover
Yeah.
Sports Illustrated, which was so awesome. I don't even think like kids today, young people today, they don't get it because they don't have magazines to flip through.
Right.
Everything's digital online. But to be on the cover of Sports Illustrated,
Huge.
Are you
Well,
kidding me?
huge. And think about the movie too, because movies get scrapped like that, or they make them and then they never see the light of day. Were you kind of waiting like you were for the cover of Sports Illustrated, like, oh, please make this happen,
I have been a little bit more relaxed with the with the movie. Yeah, it's going to happen. No, it's not going to happen. We'll see. But they filmed this movie last year, November.
Yeah.
It's coming out this
That's
year,
a quick
November. They said
turnaround.
Hollywood doesn't do that.
Yeah, that's a quick turnaround.
Hopefully, everything's about timing.
I'm going to ask you a personal question about this, because I've never asked any about this. There's a movie being made about you. You getting a lot of money for this?
I'm not retiring.
You're not retiring?
No, I am not retiring.
No.
Okay, I'm not sure how all that works.
Yeah.
And you think, wow, movie about you.
You know, hindsight, you're like, oh, wow, if Sydney gets an award, I should have got a bonus negotiated
Right.
my contract. But
kudos to her, man, because she is the the seductress and all this stuff. But her projects are very adventurous. She, as you said, she did the work. She's clearly can throw some punches, and I mean, that's the only way to tell this story. Because again, it's like after with the documentary, I'm like, okay. How are they going to get this right? And seeing them, side by side, it's like they really kind of nailed all the important things. If it's not the exact thing, it's in spirit. And but I mean, the ultimate, whether you or not you won that 50th bout, you won the overall by far, because here you are being celebrated, and it's about due time.
Thank you. Yeah. I got my 50th win the night when I got up off the floor and got out of my house, November 23rd, 2010.
Yeah.
Was my 50th win.
Are you at the screening tonight? Are you going to be there or no?
I'll be there for the Q&A.
For the Q&A.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. All right. So that'll be at 8:30 tonight, and it is at the Philadelphia Film Society Center. It's on Chestnut Street. You can get tickets at Philadelphia.org. So come, and if you've got questions that we missed out on, you don't have to ask her about if she made a lot of money or not. I already did that. And you can see Christy Martin while there. Congratulations on your success, and what a story. What an amazing story. And that's why it's a film, so that your story continues and it grows more and more.
Thank you. God has blessed me. And look, Philadelphia, we know Philadelphia is the fight town of the world. Come on out, boxers. I know you're out there everywhere. Come out and support the film tonight. I'd love to see you.
Big boxing town. So
Absolutely. Blue Horizon way back in the day.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, been to the Blue Horizon. Excellent. All right, thank you for being here. Christy Martin, everybody. On the Preston and Steve Show, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. We have the creator and director of Task in our studio. Stay there.
My best friend, Elisa Frederico, a.k.a. Dressing Jean, and they carded her and not me, and they carded me and not her. We're the exact same age. So, of course, when the lady walked away, I was like, I clearly aged better than you.
I'm going to go to, hang on, Kevin wants us to try something out. Hey, Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, bud?
So my daughter has the same issue everybody else does. She sounds so much younger than she is, and she looks younger. Mm-hmm. So I was going to have her talk to you guys a little bit, and then we'd give you the surprise on how old she is today.
All right. It's her birthday today. All right, so what's her name?
Her name is Phoenix.
Okay. And, hey, Phoenix, how you doing?
I'm good.
Okay, so we can hear your voice a little bit. Tell us a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, where you went to school, stuff like that.
Neshaminy.
Oh, I went to Neshaminy, in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
It's hilarious because the amount of the times that people ask me like how old I am, it's hilarious.
Okay. All right.
Because like I look and I sound younger than I am, and I've had many people tell me that they think that I'm 16.
Okay.
Yeah. I would guess younger.
I'd guess younger.
I would say
too.
middle school.
Yeah, I was going to say like 13 years old. Yeah,
so Phoenix just turned 21.
Wow. Hey, happy birthday!
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you.
And are you ready to face the now? Number one, do you drink alcohol, or are you going to start drinking alcohol today?
Probably. I'm probably gonna have a drink when I get home from after work.
All right, are you are going to be prepared to have that ID ready to go all the time, I guess.
Yeah.
What about like things like R-rated movies and stuff like that? Has anybody ever stopped you and checked your ID?
Honestly, no.
Okay.
Really? Okay. Like you sound so young. They probably proof you for like milk at Wawa, or if you're purchasing. You do. Yeah, I would have put you in like 11, 12. You know. Oh, well, that's cool. Listen, there's a plus side to that. We assume because you are this way, you will age, you'll look younger longer. Mm-hmm. But I have seen people hit that wall where they've looked young and sounded young all their lives, and then it just like snaps and they fall apart. So hopefully that won't happen to you.
All right, cool. Well, thank you guys for your call. Appreciate it. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
She does sound
Speaking to somebody who looks and sounds young, and I just saw a story about her this morning. Yardley Smith.
Yes.
Who's the voice of Lisa Simpson.
Just got married.
She got married to her security guard, or somebody who was in charge of her security. So
I'm her security.
They were doing a little story on her, and she's one of those who always looked way younger and sounded way younger than she actually was, because that voice of Lisa Simpson is almost exactly just her regular speaking voice. Let me go, hang on here. I'm going to go to Shannon. Hi, Shannon. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Shannon?
Not much. So I started working at a funeral home, my family funeral home, when I was 20. And I look really young. I sound really young. And my first experience was when I started answering the phone. I answered the phone, and this lady thought I was like 14 years old. She just couldn't stop laughing. And I was like, I'm trying to get your information. I'm trying to be professional. And she just wouldn't stop laughing. She's just like, how old are you? You sound like you're like 12. Why are you answering the funeral home?
Shannon, did this woman just have a loved one die recently that it called?
Yes.
And she had the moment. Okay.
My husband just died in a horrible locomotive crash, but you're really pepping me up.
Right. So I just was like, all right, I'm trying to be taken seriously, but I was like, do you want to take a break? Call me back. Like, I don't know, whatever you want to do.
Shannon, they must think, or she must have thought that you use the bodies, you drink their blood to remain eternally young.
Yeah.
That's the whole, that's why, that's what's happening over there. They're drinking the blood. That's funny, especially at a funeral home.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I look really young, too. So when I would take funerals, people, just are like, what the heck is this chick doing? She can't be in charge.
It's routinely a funeral home. It's not like a teenager's summer job,
Right, exactly,
yeah.
yes.
And I automatically think of old people when I think somebody running a funeral home. Well, I'm sure it's not.
I'm
the
so
case.
sorry about your loss and everything. I'm sorry. It was like so awesome.
All right. Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate it. Some people have been on hold for a while. I'm going to go to Matt next. Hi, Matt. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, man. What's going on?
So, I'm 30, and my wife a couple years ago was shopping for a wedding dress. They thought she was going for a prom dress.
Oh, my God. That's hilarious.
It happens all the time. I grew a beard just so that I look my age, but she's 5'0" and has a really young face. We're out to dinner, like, her parents take us out to dinner or something. She gets carded, I don't, and I'm like, why does this look so creepy now?
Totally. Oh, my God, Matt. So you have a beard, and you look like a molester then, right?
A little creepy, yeah. It's like she's wearing a wedding ring. We're with her parents. Just come on.
Right.
Oh, that's funny.
I bet you when you walk along, people look for those hand signals like, I know she's been abducted. I'm just waiting for that hand signal.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. Then there are those people that are born that look older than they actually are. We're talking about this story. Simone Biles, the gymnast, was asked if she wanted a coloring book as she was getting on a flight.
It's too funny.
But when you're a teenager and you look older, that can play in your advantage.
Yeah.
Because that's the person that buys
Goes
beer.
Yeah, exactly.
Or at least tries to.
I got us hookers and beer for tonight.
Let me go to, let's see what we have.
Best elementary school ever.
Let's go to Chris. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, what's the difference between people from Dubai and people from Abu Dhabi?
What was it?
Abu Dhabi do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget the actual.
People from Dubai don't like the Flintstones. People from Abu
Dhabi do. It's one of my favorites, man. Never goes old.
All right, what's up, Chris?
So my wife is 5'1", and she looks. Everyone jokes she looks like she's 12.
Yeah.
So we've been married 13 years, together for 15. We have our oldest son is 12. It's just I called in about the rated R movie, but you touched on that earlier. But we get carded for rated R movies every once in a while.
Wow. Is she assumed to be your daughter?
What's that?
Do they assume sometimes that she's your daughter?
The movie attendant did, but the people at Graterford Prison did. I was a correction officer at Graterford Prison before it turned to Phoenix, and they every once in a while have searches, even for employees. So I brought her to work because she wanted my car for the day, and I brought her to work, and the guy asked me, "So what are you going to do with your daughter?" This
this is my wife. She has a driver's license. So
Jeez, my God.
So do you sense that, Chris, that it's kind of flattering, or is it more annoying?
I love it.
What about her? What does she think about it, though?
I would assume she thinks it's flattering. I mean, it is a compliment.
Yeah.
I agree.
Especially when you're, going in and out of the prison.
Wow.
Get all those
to the point now where she has to get a duplicate ID so I can carry one of her IDs on me because sometimes she doesn't carry hers. And if we wanted to go to get a night drink or whatever, don't worry, I got your ID, babe.
Nice.
Yeah, you'll be screwed. Yes, absolutely.
All right, thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. All right. Wow. Well, yeah, it's it must be a bit of a pain, but somewhat flattering.
Yeah.
Like you were saying, Steve, I think that that can kind of work in your favor. All right. Anyhow, thank you for the phone calls. I appreciate it. Casey has alerted me that I have to give away another $25 gift card for Insomnia Cookies. Yes. It is caller number 14 that we will take right now, 215-263 WMMR. Give you the gift card. And don't forget that Insomnia Cookies' new premium ice cream flavors allow insomniacs to indulge in their favorite pairing of warm cookies and cold ice cream. And by the way, they had the cookies they brought in were hot today. They were like fresh out of the oven, still warm.
I tried. What do you have the list of the flavors over there? I forgot. Is it Moon? Was it
Moon Tracks?
Moon Tracks.
Yep.
I had.
It's excellent.
Oh boy,
I had the. Where was the one? It's not on here. I had the mint one. And I forgot the name because they have really cool names. So they have Cookies and Dream, Caramillionaire, which they didn't have. They ran out of it. They sold out of it. So that's very, very popular. But they have a classic, and some of the cookies they have are banana split, hot fudge sundae. So they have the cookies that have the ice cream flavors.
That's amazing.
Anyway, go to insomniacookies.com for details about the brand new cookies in ice cream flavors. And in the meantime, we'll take that caller, set you up. We'll be back in a moment. When we return, Jenny Slate will be joining us. So yes, today, Nick McWayne's 47th birthday. And we thought, it'd be nice to do something special. Sometimes we do little birthday events on the show, and sometimes we don't. We don't always do it. There's too many of us, and it would take too much.
We're busy people.
Yeah,
come on, man.
But this time around, Marissa Magnata had a great idea.
Yeah, home run.
And we're like, if you can make this happen, that would be fantastic.
Right.
So I'm gonna welcome now Nick. By the way, to set the stage, Nick is in the far corner of the studio. We have two podiums set up. And so obviously we're going to play some kind of game. Let me make sure your mic works. Nick, can you?
Yeah. Sound good?
Yeah, everything
Okay.
sounds good. Okay, so do you have any idea?
No.
No idea what's about to happen?
No, I'm a little nervous, but if there's any bit of trivia involved, I'm excited because I love trivia.
Yeah. What do you love about trivia?
Well, we used to play Crack Shot, which really made me nervous, but it was also kind of fun, trying to get them right. But I watch Jeopardy every night, and it's just my favorite game show. Shout out to Sheena Parveen, who was delivering clues on Jeopardy last night.
Yeah, she's now in San Diego, right?
Yeah, that was neat to see. But yeah, I'm just a trivia fan.
We did a Classroom. And I think you saw, well, you're better than I am as far as I do love Jeopardy. I do love the trivia, but I fold. I just get I fold instantly when the time pressure's on.
Well, Steve, when you're on TV too, when the cameras are on you, I don't know if I'd ever do well on Jeopardy.
Yeah.
I do great on the couch when I'm sitting at home.
Yeah, likewise. I ran a couple of categories last night, and I'm like, how awesome? No, I'd be terrible.
Hey, didn't you audition for it one time or something like that?
I've auditioned for Jeopardy. I've never made it to the actual come out to LA stage,
right?
Of trying out. But there's a show that Ken Jennings is also on, and it's called
The Chase.
The Chase,
and it's based on a British version. And so they brought on the guy from The Chase, who's basically their goat with a couple of Jeopardy champions.
James Holzhauer's on that, Brad Rutter, and so I tried out for that, and I made it kind of far in that tryout process. But yeah, getting on those shows is not easy.
Yeah, and maybe someday you'll get there, but today is going to be the next best thing because, Nick, we are welcoming to the studio 16-time Jeopardy champion Ryan Long this morning to battle you in a game of Preston and Steve style Jeopardy. So Ryan has just made it into the studio. Ryan, step up behind the podium right there.
Oh
my God, what an honor. I'm a huge fan of Ryan. What a great champion, man. Yeah, he's amazing. And a huge Eagles fan. And welcome to the studio, man. It's so nice to meet you.
I'm a huge everything, man.
Ryan graciously said yes to this invitation to come in and play a game of Jeopardy with you, Nick.
Well, it's I'm looking forward to losing, and but no, I mean Ryan, fantastic champion, really repped Philly well, and we chatted with you, I guess, over Zoom maybe 2 or 3 months ago, Ryan, and well, awesome. This is really cool. It's a real honor to meet you.
Ryan's run, I think you'll agree, Nick. We all watching you go through the process of becoming a champ and keep going, and you really you. There's some champions who are like, okay, all right. Not so interesting, but they're doing well. You were a lot of fun to watch, and so it's great to know that we'll be seeing you eventually when they have Tournament of Champions coming up. Have they alerted you to any that are in the future?
Yeah, well, first let me say I'm honored to be here in this temple of knowledge. The Tournament of Champions, we go back in September, and it'll air in November.
Excellent. Excellent.
All right. And you know what? We'll talk.
He's part of the Pantheon.
We'll talk a little bit more about Jeopardy, but I think we need to play the game.
I think we do.
So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to move to the other side of the studio. Marissa has made a Jeopardy board, and I'll give you the rundown of how this is going to work out. But I got to make the move.
I'll describe you walking over. Preston's now walking past Casey. He's now rounding the corner. He's now behind me. He's now behind Kathy, and he's walking over to the other side of the room. And Marissa's bringing in the game board, which looks quite nice. And Preston is all plugged in.
I'm ready. Oh, I didn't turn my mic on.
Oh.
All right.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
All right, there we go.
This
All
is
right.
just like being back in the studio.
And though the production value is
sure
exactly the same.
Exactly. If the studio was in a kindercare.
Case, if you could give me a little Jeopardy music, I will describe it. And that's over now because the last new episode, the finale, was on last night. I've yet to watch it. We watch it the next day, so that's viewing for later on today. But I'm excited and sad all in the same emotion, you know what I mean? All tied together.
Well, yeah, I think when you were sad when Mayor of Easttown ended, and then this was in the works. So hope springs eternal.
So we have two people in our studio. One we are welcoming back. He's been here many times before. The executive producer and creator of Task. Please give some love to local fella Brad Inglesby.
Thanks for having me back on the show.
Nice to see you again, Brad. And sitting next to him is a man who directed a number of the episodes, including the season finale. This is Jeremiah Zagar, who is joining us here. Nice to see you, Jeremy. Thanks for coming in this morning. Real quick, before we dive into all things Task, I couldn't help but overhear just a little bit for a second there, Jeremiah. You said you were hanging late last night with Tom Pelfrey, I believe.
I was hanging late with Tom.
Yeah. So Tom plays Robbie, which, you know, there's several main characters in the show, but I'd say the heartbeat of it is about him. What'd you guys do last night?
I think, you know, it's such an emotional feeling finishing a show like this.
Yeah.
And when I say a show like this, I don't mean a show that you love watching, a show that we loved making.
Yes.
You know, and then you feel this culmination of, oh my God, this is the last time we're all hanging out together like this. We're all going to be together like this. You know, it's like, it's that day after, you know, you win the Super Bowl.
In your
which we did.
In your industry, you know, I liken it to people who put on a stage show or something like that. You rehearse really hard. You go out there, you perform it for the people. But when that end happens, when it's over, man, it's done for you guys. And you shared such a special moment in time, several moments in time, a chunk of time together. That it's hard to let it go, I would imagine. In a sense, I mean, it will always be there, but that experience you had together is done.
Yeah, I mean, I think the intensity of that is hard to let go. But I think that the beauty of what Brad and I did is that, you know, we formed a friendship that we will have for the rest of our lives.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like. And I think, you know, I have that with Tom, and I have that with Mark, and I have that with a lot of these guys, and gals, and in a way, that's what I'm taking away from last night and from the show. It's just, you know, all these amazing people that are now part of it.
Yeah, having had so many people in here working on different movies, and actors and directors and screenwriters and so on and so forth, as an outside observer and knowing, you know, Brad and knowing what we've heard from, you know, Tom, this seems to be a little bit more unique in the familial aspect of this cast, and I think also because you were shooting on location so much, and then you just all jived well, and it's. And I'll say this: I know, Brad, you get worried about before something premieres or whatever, or sticking the landing and so on and so forth. We will honor the staggered viewing habits of people and not portray anything. But from my personal point, and Jeremiah, you directed last night's episode, it was lyrical and beautiful and perfect the way it ended. And, even though these are shorter series, but I mean, you still wanted to stick the landing, and it did in a way that it was as emotional as I could possibly imagine. And so kudos to you guys both.
Oh, thank you very much. No.
I wanted to quickly ask you, Jeremiah, because you've done a lot of documentary directing. And there are things that I think that, like Liam Friedkin was started as a documentary director, and that poured it over to how he knows how to get moments. And you, as the director, you get these moments of just quiet, the bird, a little, just a little scenery shot that just punctuates things. Do you owe a lot to your years as a documentarian for helping you better understand a story like Task?
Yeah, I mean, I owe a lot to William Friedkin. I owe a lot to all the experiences that I've had. But yes, I mean, I think when you're making documentaries, you realize that there's moments of freedom of expression that the people have that you're, photographing, that you're filming, that are so magical and special. And in a lot of ways, what I'm doing is taking Brad's amazing scripts and then trying to allow the actors to mess them up, and the mess is sometimes the best part, and Brad embraces that, and that's, I think, why the show feels a little bit different.
Yeah. Brad, we've had a number of people that we've talked to who throw praise on you for putting the story together and creating these people and these scenarios and this whole thing. But have there been moments in watching the show where you're looking at it and going, well, that's better than how I even thought it would be? You know what I mean? Than what they've done with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. After the edit, I don't watch the show ever again because, I think he's the same. Well, you feel like it's like my dad
good.
said. Yeah. Well, and also like when you watch it, all you see is, the what if. Oh, if we had another hour that day, or if I gave him a different line. But I think the... what I'm always most impressed by are the performances and how the actors, especially Tom and Amelia, all the actors really, but especially Tom and Amelia are able to take that and elevate it in a way. And I think the other thing that, I know Tom and Amelia are getting a ton of praise, but Mark is such a humble actor. And I think he gets to shine a lot in the last episode without spoiling anything. But I think
it's a tour de force. It really is. I mean, it's a gut part of the story that you didn't really, so much is going on around it that you didn't even realize, but that was still waiting in the wings.
Yes.
And unbelievable.
Yeah, he's unbelievable. And I think it's just, he's a humble guy and he's a humble actor. And I think he did so much to let other actors shine. And then when we needed him most, the star player came in and was extraordinarily clutch there.
A while back, I had asked Brad, how did he know so much about biker gangs? And, give me some information. And then he goes, ask Jeremiah. So while we have you on air, Jeremiah, how do you know so much about biker gangs?
I mean, I don't know a ton about biker gangs, but I think that Brad and I were trying to figure that out early on. When I got the scripts, and I think I got one and then two shortly after that, one of the things that wasn't quite working yet were the biker gangs. And Brad was aware of that, and we talked about it. And that was sort of the beauty of this collaboration, is that you could, he wasn't precious. And you could say, hey, man, this isn't working. He'd be like, I know it's not working. We got to figure this out.
That's huge to have that.
Oh, man, it's everything.
Yeah.
And during that time, my mother called me, and she was like, "Your friend is trying to get in touch with you." And I was like, "Oh yeah." She was like, "He keeps coming by, and he gave me a number." And I called him up. This is a friend I had when I was a kid. I went to school not far from here, Stratford Friends. I went to a dyslexic school. We were all kind of like, the kids that couldn't read, and there was a kid that couldn't read with me, and he was kind of a genius. And he became my really, really close friend. This kid, Kareem Mao, he moved in with my family, and when things didn't work out with his family, and I hadn't heard from him in like 20 years. And I called him up and I said, man, how you doing? He said, well, I just got out of rehab and I met this girl and I got married and I was in a biker gang and we sold a lot of fentanyl.
Like, what?
Yeah, man. And I was like, hey, you want to be a consultant on my show, man?
I mean, that's like manna from heaven.
It
is. Yeah.
And he was the coolest. And he was the sweetest guy. And at the time, he was on the run from the cops, so he couldn't, like, get to set. So he would, like, call, you know, he never knew which number you were getting it from, and you never knew. But the actors and him, you know, that he would talk them through the process. He would talk to us about which guns to use. He would talk to us about which bikes to use. All the props people, and he was like all down the line, like you know, and the you know, one of the most beautiful things is like in Brad's scripts, you have these like words that are so specific to the area, but also to the culture that he's expressing, whether it's the cops, you know, the nomenclature they use, or the bikers, and he was able to give us some of that too, and now we're really close friends, and the cops aren't chasing him anymore. His name's Kareem Mao. He's so excited that the show. Yeah, he's just thrilled. He lives in Woodstock, and he like, you know, I was saying last night at this Q&A, like, he calls me up every once in a while because all his friends are watching the show, and he's like, "That's me."
Wow. So you talk about the nomenclature, and you know, this show. In this area is one of those shows that everybody's asking, like, hey, are you watching? Are you watching? You're watching. I was at the dentist last week, and the hygienist was asking me if I was watching Task. And so, yeah, so I am curious as to how this show is being received all across the country, because I know here in the Delaware Valley, people are definitely locked in and keyed in on this. Because, I listen, the story's great, but I also love the little, I'm like, okay, so I told you off air, I'm like, oh my God, it's Sproul Lane's on the bulletin board there, you know?
Yeah, my wife picked out the Upper Chichester shopping center, because we used to live in Upper Chi. She's like, wait, pauses it, and then we start picking out the stores and everything, because it didn't say anything, and we nailed it.
And I'm also like, and I'm not giving anything away, but last night they reference Stroudsburg, and then they say Bishop Hollow Road. I'm like, that's not in Stroudsburg. I'm like, that's right around the corner from my house.
I know. So some of the road references we kind of like. It's funny how that works.
It doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter.
Yeah, it matters to people here, and then sometimes we go, well, let's just go with it.
You can't take 100 all the way to the Poconos.
Exactly. But I think the show's done incredibly well. I think you know, we've gotten such a great response, and I think, you know, luckily, I think like Mayor, it took a little while for an audience to build, but the good news is that I think we're hitting our stride at the right time, and these last 3 episodes, like the viewership has really, really surged in a great way, and I think that's what you want as a show. You want to go out on a high, and I think we're doing that.
Yeah. You know, Jeremiah, so obviously Mark Ruffalo is such a big star. I'm familiar with what he can do. Tom Pelphrey, I haven't seen, me personally. I know he's been in a lot of stuff. I know, Steve, you watch Iron Fist and the Ozark and all these other great shows, but I was not familiar with him. Let me tell you how incredibly I am impressed I am with this man. His subtleties, his deliveries, facial expressions, things like that are just blowing me away. He's one of the best out there. I mean, I on my just surface of seeing this, how do you feel about him as an actor? I mean,
I was talking to him about this last night. Actually, this is like sort of our conversation, and I you know, we were so lucky. Brad and I, this is early on in the process, and this is like some no, we haven't talked about this yet, so this is some deep Philly cuts right now. But we said, all right, we're going to get a movie star to play Tom Brandis. And then we said, and once we get a movie star to play Tom Brandis, let's find somebody that people are going to be surprised by. Like, let's make Robbie this guy that nobody's seen do this kind of thing before, because that's the special thing that HBO can do, right? Like, they can make a movie star. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you think about like Pedro Pascal or like, you know, I mean, all like, it's like a history of all these people. Stringer Bell. Like, I think about like all these shows I watched, and now all these guys are movie stars, right? And so we got auditions, you know, and you get these auditions, and you're waiting for your movie star, and you don't know if they're going to come or not, right? I got to find my Robbie. And when we saw Tom's audition, it was like, whoa, this is the dude. I remember we called each other right away, and we were like, and the thing he had, not only because he's from the area, he's from Jersey, but he had this lovability and this humor that we hadn't seen any of the actors express. Like, it was like underneath that tough bravado was like always this like intense vulnerability.
The scene, the daughter dance, the daddy-daughter dance. I'm getting choked up thinking about it right now. Just killed me. You know, it was so tender.
He's magic. Yeah, and that's what I was telling him. You know, last night, and this is going to be a little hard for Philly fans, but he's a Knick fan, and I was saying, like, you know, you're Jalen Brunson, man. Like, you've been on the bench for so long, and here you like walked out, and you're scoring 40 points a game. You know what I mean? It's like you can't go back to the bench now. Yeah. Like, you're a superstar.
That's what we were saying this weekend. My wife got caught up. She hadn't watched any episodes, and then she watched all 6 episodes on Saturday, Sunday, and then we watched the finale last night. But she wasn't aware of Tom. Nick and I were well aware of him from his story arc in Ozark, which I think was a travesty that he wasn't even nominated for an Emmy in that. And my question for you is this, is like, who gets the nomination for actor and then lead actor and supporting actor in the show? Because
I think Tom is actually running as a supporting actor, so I don't think he'll be up against Mark.
Put it up as a comedy. That's the key. Put it up as a comedy.
I think they are going to run in different categories, was the last I heard.
Good.
Yeah.
That's a Golden Globe.
That's the Golden Globes. Put it up as a comedy. The Bear. So hilarious. I wanted to ask you, Jeremiah, so you shared directing duties with Sally Richardson. But the tone is very uniform throughout, and I'm sure you pow out extensively about how to maintain that. But did certain episodes, did they play to, this is kind of my playground, I'm going to do this, and this is probably more appropriate for you. Was that divvying up taking place, or was it luck of the draw?
It was scheduling. So we're she's amazing. Yeah. Sally is, you know, a consummate professional, and she's been doing HBO shows forever, you know. So Sally came in and was ready to go, you know, and we did prep, and then we talked about, and we spent a lot of time in prep, and Brad and I had done extensive storyboards, and we do extensive mood boards. So I'm able to show Sally, like, these are all the references for the show. I have like a stack of photo books like this big, and I say, this is what the vibe of the show is, and her DP and my DP, they have to be in lockstep, right? Because we're doing the same thing. So a lot of it is about crew too. But it's on her. You know, she's got to come in and say, okay, I'm gonna make it like what you guys are throwing down over there. And she did. And she, you know, her episodes are incredible.
I want to ask both of you guys about shooting in and around Philadelphia, because Brad, you obviously did it with Mayor of Easttown. Jeremiah, you did it with Hustle, the Adam Sandler basketball movie. And can you guys compare those two projects with Task? You know, shooting Mayor versus Task, and then shooting Hustle versus Task? Jeremiah, you first.
Yeah, I can. I mean, it's joyful. It's joyful shooting in Philadelphia, you know, and it's joyful knowing. Yeah, it's joyful also knowing where to go. Like, there's never a day that Brad and I get on set and we're like, I wonder if this is right. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, it's right. You know, and that's a great feeling. Like, it's like, you know, in Hustle, you know, I was able to be like, I grew up there. You know what I mean? And it, you know, with Task, I'm able to be like, Brad grew up here. You know, and there's a little bit of South Philly. And I was saying to my mother, this is my mother and I were talking again the other night, and she was like, her friend came up to her and was like, it's not, this isn't what the suburbs are like. He's created this milieu that's so dangerous and awful. And I grew up in the city. I grew up in South Philly, and everybody from the suburbs was always scared to come to my house. And now they're scared to go to Brad's house, which I think is such a beautiful thing. I think he's made it really hard to live in the suburbs.
Was it, is it your dad that created the Magic Garden in Philly? No kidding.
That's my pops, yeah.
Wow. Where the after party was last night.
No kidding.
Yeah.
He's an artist.
86 years old, still kicking. He came to the premiere. It was pretty cool. He's been watching every week with my mother. My mother has to close her eyes sometimes.
You did a documentary about him, right? In a Dream.
In a Dream.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's pretty amazing. I gotta get the part 2 from you, Brad, about next question.
Oh yeah. Well, it's a couple of things. One is that I love working with the crew here. I love being able to, you know, have so many local people who take so much pride in getting these stories right. So that's a big part of why I really love to shoot things here. There's also a sense of confidence that Jeremiah was getting at, that when you're on set every day and you're speaking to a scene or a group of actors about the context of the scene or location, I can speak with confidence that I wouldn't have if it was in California or New Mexico, because I haven't grown up there. So I can say, no, this is where the scene would take place for these reasons. And I think it's important to shoot here. We talk about this a lot, is like, it seeps into the actors, into their bloodstream, I think. If they're living here, if they're hanging out here, if the crew is hanging out here. I don't know how to quantify it, but I always feel like in the edit, I can see it coming through that it mattered that we shot the show here.
It has to.
It has to. It just has to.
In an age of the volume and AI backdrops and stuff like that, like in this, they call the 70s the second golden era of filmmaking. But location shoot, I can't see how actors of this capability aren't able to funnel the environment through and make things even more so because of the surroundings. It just has to. And everything, Brad, compliment to you and to you, Jeremiah, as well. The thing that this show feels so authentic. There's no false note. There's no, I bet you there's no back to that car. Or, everything feels legit. And that requires a really pedantic attention to detail.
Yeah, with Jeremiah, he came in, he was the first person on the show with me, and I think we established that early on, and we kept it going all the way through, that we wanted to shoot as much on location. All the car scenes we shot practically, which is a huge expense, because most cars, if you watch the driving scenes in so many shows now, they're shot on a stage, they look fake in my opinion, and Jeremiah said, no, we're going to do them all practically. That's not cheap. That takes a long time, but I think I think the aggregate of all those little decisions comes through in the show.
So I have to ask, yes, and then there's, I was in danger of giving away a plot point, which I don't want to do. Let me ask this, to your writing, Brad, which has so many delicate moments, and to you, Jeremiah, as the director. To me, if I'm standing around actors and I'm in a room, not mic'd, I'm just kind of hearing it, or maybe I have the headphones on, I'm hearing through the sound system. To know when it's right would seem so hard, in a very quiet moment between two people. I mean, is that a muscle you have to develop, or do you think the artistic side of you is always sort of imbued with that? If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I'm going to let Jeremiah go, because he's a director. I'm going to hear his answer first on this.
I mean, there's no right.
Yeah.
There's and in fact, there's just like a vibe. It's like you're on set and you can feel it. And to be honest, if you guys came on set, it wouldn't be hard to know.
You would feel it.
Oh man,
even with all of the distraction, you would feel it.
You feel it so hard.
Wow. Wow.
And I think that what's exciting is knowing that that when it's not right. And knowing that it's going to get there. Like, I think one of the things that Brad was thrilled about, and I might be speaking for you, but I learned a ton from him. But maybe this is one thing he learned from me, is that sometimes it's not going right.
Yep.
And that's the best. Like, because you can let them find it. Like, watching the actors find right is cool too.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's like, and then being able to think about what you can say and what you can tell them to help them get to the place that they need to get to. Because Brad's writing is like, I call it like kitchen sink Shakespeare. It's like it's so
That's
operatic,
good. It's good, yeah.
It's so big. So a lot of the actors, they want to just go big right away, right? They want to scream and yell and feel. I mean, like, they're emotional athletes, right? They're out there like pouring themselves into each other. And there's an arc to those scenes, and a lot of times they haven't found that arc yet, and so you're trying to help them get to that place so that it feels not just like 10 all the time, that it's 1 to 10.
If you're just jumping in, we have director Jeremiah Zagar and Brad Inglesby here. We're talking about the show Task. If you haven't seen it yet, lucky you, because you can binge it now.
Yeah.
Last episode was last night. We've been going week to week, which actually I kind of prefer, to be honest.
Yeah.
I like the way to kind of hold on and think about it, let the episode marinate for a little bit, and then move on to the next one. Brad, I wanted to ask you about you're writing, and there's a line that Robbie, one of the main character, uses a few times, which is, I'm going to figure something out. I love that line, by the way. He just said, I'm going to figure something out.
Yep.
Is that kind of you in a nutshell?
Oh, it is. That's
Okay.
right. Yeah. I mean, 100%. I know some of the arcs in the show, but, I would say so much of what I love about writing and is very torturous as well is the discovery process. I think I'm not a good outliner. I don't have everything in line. I like to have a couple ideas and arcs. I like to know where the story's going to go emotionally, and then get in there and let the characters talk, because it's like the more you get to know them, like the more your ideas about them in the past that they choose change. And as a writer, I have to follow those. It would be silly of me not to, or it would be silly of me to say, well, I want them to go in this direction and I'm going to keep pushing them in that direction. I like to follow that path and let myself discover the emotions along the way.
Yeah, and I think Maeve was the smart one, by the way. I think she was the one with the best
She's
cognitive
the best.
capabilities. But listen, I appreciate how hard you guys worked, to get this thing going, and worked, to create it and edit it and all that stuff. But I also got to give kudos to your cast.
Oh, yeah.
For the amount of work that they put in. I just want to put this into perspective here. Maeve is English.
Yeah.
Grosso is English. Aaliyah is South African. Okay. And then you've got Lizzie is Irish. Jason is Irish. Like, dude, they all
Really?
Yes.
I did not know, and I didn't know Grasso was.
Grasso is British.
Oh yeah, my head did a 180 when I'm like, that son of a bitch. Yeah.
I mean, listen, I'm Delco, born and bred through and through.
Never leaving.
And these guys never leaving, but these guys all grew up in as far as I'm concerned, they all grew up in like Marcus Hook or Havertown or whatever, and like so, and that just goes to show how dedicated these guys are to their craft.
Yeah, really are. And I think just a testament to them as actors who were so willing to come in and get it right and wanted to get it right. It was important that they got it right, and they did. And all of them were so amazing in the show, and I'm just so grateful we got them.
They're all
absolutely.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
There's that old adage about working in Hollywood to never work with kids or animals, and I don't know
That's
how
the opposite of Jeremiah's storytelling.
all right.
Give me a chicken and a kid.
Yes, because the Gertie the chicken and Sam the kid are both amazing. Sam just has it so rough, the character, but the kid playing him, Ben Lewis Doherty. Oh my God! And Casey shouted out a bunch of the different actors because they're all incredible. But the kid actor you guys have on set are just remarkable. What was it like, Jeremiah, working with Ben?
They're all AI.
Son of a bitch. If you tell me the chicken is real.
He's
actually a 56-year-old Frenchman.
Ever since I made my first fiction film, We the Animals, I've been working with children. And the reason the performances in that film were so good is because I have an acting coach named Noelle Gentile. And she, I call her an acting coach, but she's more like a wizard, I've been saying. Like, she just she creates an environment where those kids feel safe, right? Because they're dealing with really intense subject matter, and We the Animals and in Task, I mean, that's some heavy stuff.
Yeah.
So she teaches them to react, she teaches them to interact, and she allows them to feel the intimacy of what it's like to be in a family with, these people that are not their family, And they have to be incredible. We spend a lot of time casting them, but and Ben, was amazing in his audition, but it's really her who makes it possible for them to be as good as they are on set. And Ben is going, he's in Meet the Fockers right now, right?
Oh, the new one?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Wow.
He's like, they're all, all of them.
Everyone's going to get
Kennedy's
nabbed.
a local girl, man. Kennedy was street cast.
Really?
Yeah, by our street cast, Marlena, at a local school.
Yeah.
Really?
Wow. And she's like in The Roof Man now.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
I think she was overseas doing some work too. Like, yeah, she's really taken off as well.
They're all famous. Brad made them famous.
Who's the chicken signed with? Let me
I
ask
ate
you.
the chicken.
Why not? So everyone's wondering, obviously, and I agree with kind of Brad. I guess your modus operandi here, which is there was Mayor, there's Taz, there's there's no whole need to continue these stories, but staying in the realm. What project-wise is up next? Because I'm sure people are going to be asking, what has excited you, and what can we look forward to?
The success of a very famous radio show in the city of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Well, I think let's see.
You could call it imposter syndrome.
Yes. No, I think let's see how the audiences react here. Yeah, there's so many different patterns of viewing, as you were getting at, Steve. There's the bingers, and I think the show's done really well. And I think if there's an appetite to tell another story here, I mean, look, if I got to tell stories about this place the rest of my career, I'd be happy. I wouldn't feel like I in any way missed out on anything. I feel like this is what I do.
There have been many directors and writers who have stayed in the realm, and I don't know why there's this, if it's working, do it. If the people love it, do it. And it's not like you guys are phoning it in, for Christ's sake.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. I'd love to stay here and tell more stories here.
Yeah.
Completely unrelated question, but Brad, has anybody ever, just glancing, you're walking by real quick, stop and ask for Cole Hamill's autograph?
That hasn't happened. I mean, the one I used to get in California randomly, Preston, was the guy who's the lead singer of Maroon 5. I used to. I got a couple of those. I'm the poor man's Adam Levine here.
Yeah. It's interesting about like viewing habits and stuff because, sometimes shows sort of live under the radar and then, even like Ted Lasso, people found it like a year or so later and then it becomes this huge hit. But there's something about Task, and I know that part of this equation is that it's local, but I've not experienced a water cooler show like Task in a while. Like people are just talking about it randomly online and clips will show up. And I think that that's really cool because it's increasingly more and more difficult to get people to just talk about a TV show that they're watching. Do you guys feel that way, Jeremiah?
Well, I mean, I live in such a small world. I have like these 2 children and this wife, and we've seen the show already.
Yeah.
So, like, we don't have the water coolers talk. And my kids, my son, he actually likes to talk about the show every week, and he hasn't seen any of it. Okay. So he's just like, that's the guy that died, and the thing that died, and that guy died, and I'm like, you don't know any of these things. You don't know any. But we do hear that. We hear it all the time. We hear people saying, and my friends will show me online. They'll be like, this is coming from online. This is because I have a flip phone, so I'm told that it has become that show. And
there is traction.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But you know what? This is another testament to Brad. I'm just gonna shout him out again, even though he's right next to me. But HBO shows used to feel like that, right?
Yeah.
Remember when we were watching The Sopranos and you would just go every week to your friend's house and you would like make pasta and watch The Sopranos. He made a show like that, but it's cheesesteaks, and now you eat the cheesesteak and you watch Task, or you have your water ice, you watch that. But I think it's about how much time Brad spends making sure you love those characters up front, and like you fall in love with these people and you want to follow them through the season. And I remember that. Well, like those shows, those old HBO shows, they used to start slow and then
you hooked. You get the hook. Let me ask you, because the criticism, well, not a criticism, but an observation, was that the show is, this dark show. It's a dark show. It's a dark show. But I contend, and Mayor of Easttown certainly had those elements as well. But I think what it is, it's populated with people who even the worst of the people, have human moments. Mm-hmm. And so in a way, despite the darkness, it might speak to more people than Mayor did, if that makes any sense. Do you agree with that, Brad?
Well,
am I talking out my ass?
No, I totally agree. It's funny. Like, I hear that a lot too. And I know Jeremiah feels the same way. It was like, I never, ever felt like we were making a dark show. It never felt grim to me. And I think it felt like there were people who were experiencing hard times and hard things. But I always felt like it was such a human show of people struggling through these experiences, but it had a lot of humor. Yeah. And it, in my mind, just like Mayor, had a lot of hope in many, many scenes. So I always take that and go grim or dark. In my mind, when I hear that, I think of like the Saw movies or something. I never think of Mayor or Task as like really grim or dark stuff. So I've always shaken my head.
How about Jigsaw of Easttown?
Jeremiah, what's coming up next for you? What should we keep an eye out for?
I'm gonna do a movie called The Painted Bride this summer. It's not has no relationship to the actual Painted Bride of Philadelphia, but I've been working on it for forever with Jeremy Allen White and Manny Patinkin. Yeah, The Bear. It's a comedy. And Isabella Rossellini's in it too. I'm excited about that one. Yeah, man. And it's got some Philly vibes in it. It's not set in Philadelphia.
Okay.
But it's close by.
By the way, Preston, Jeremy has a little Ruffalo-esque quality to him.
A little bit.
That's Ruffalo. He stole that shit from me, man. He came in and he started recording me, and he's like, I'm gonna steal as much as I said, I'm not. My parents are from Brooklyn. I was like, you can't just take my accent, man. It's not the normal accent here.
Well, listen, the task is available now in its entirety for you to consume, and you will want to do that. It's on HBO. Fantastic. 6 episodes and just beginning to end. And especially for us around here, it's really worth seeing because of all the local references and the places you'll recognize. But the story, the heart of it, is just incredibly well done. So congratulations, guys, on this collaboration. Just fantastic work.
Thank you for having us,
We're
guys.
so happy that you brought it to us. Let's give some love, gang. It's Brad Inglesby and Jeremiah. Yeah. Congratulations. We are going to take a break. We will come back in just a moment, so make sure you stay close. How this is going to work. So we decided instead of doing the entire show where we would do 5 questions per category and 7 categories, we trimmed it down a little bit. So it's going to be 4 categories with 4 questions per category. The numbers are going to stay similar to that in that the easier ones will be 100, followed by 200, 300, and then 400, and so on. And we'll play the regular Jeopardy game. Now, I don't think we have any double Jeopardies on here. We forgot to do that. So it's just going to be straight trivia questions.
But that's the kind of game that we would do. We would forget to do certain things. However, I assume people can watch us streaming live, right?
Yes, we are streaming live on YouTube if you'd like to check this out.
Our Jeopardy board is falling apart. If we could just get a piece of tape to put the...
We're just working on it.
All right, there we go.
So the way this is going to work, and the little bit different than the regular Jeopardy, Ryan, is that we don't have the ability to hold off on your buzzers until the question is completed. Normally, I believe that's the way it works on the show. Until the host finishes asking or delivering the answer, you're kind of blocked out from buzzing in, right?
Yeah, there's a light that pops up that I'm way too slow at.
You did just fine. I think you used, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, you would jump in. So, and I've seen people do it. James Holzhauer did it, where he let the question, so confident in your ability, you jump in and then you hash it out after you have those few seconds to figure out the answer. Am I right on that?
Well, my reaction time is probably not quite as quick as James's, but yeah, more or less.
Yeah,
more or less.
It seemed to be a winning. Well, it certainly was a winning way to approach the game.
Yeah, it's sort of counterintuitive. My brain works just slow enough in those moments after I ring, and just fast enough that I have time to consider the answer.
All right. Well, the way this is going to work, I will start to read the clue, the answer, and if you go ahead and buzz in, if you buzz in before I'm finished, I'll just stop and not continue. Now you're going to be able to see it too because it's written on these cards right in front of us. So it's not quite Jeopardy level.
So smart. I didn't even know there was a buzzer.
There's a buzzer right there.
By the way, in the early...
the board is falling apart.
In the early stages of Jeopardy, it was not mandatory that you wait for Alex to finish the question. You remember that? Or the clue?
Well, yeah, I mean, but
they changed
I would listen to him talk anyway. Like, I would feel bad ringing in on Alex Trebek.
Right.
Such a great voice.
Was Wink Martindale the host before?
Wink Martindale was the host initially, and then in the early stages, though, and when they sometimes show the best of episodes, it was actually annoying to have people buzz in before he had finished the clue.
Right.
And I think that's what mandated them doing this full, let me read it and then buzz in.
And he had that delivery. The answer is.
Right, yes.
Like that. All right, so we're going to do it a little bit differently. We'll do it our way. Let's try the buzzers out. Nick, if you wouldn't mind hitting that.
Hey!
Very good. And Ryan, could we hear your buzzer? All right. So when you hear that, you'll know who buzzes in. All right.
Do you prefer to have thinking music underneath, or do you want to go dry like they do in a...
I think a little bit of music underneath kind of fills it out for radio more than television. Hannah Marissa is still taping together our board for us.
On Jeopardy, they play Gangnam Style under the...
This is not going to work. It's okay. Hang on. What is the... What? Oh, it's because of the bass on there.
What is adhesive?
Hang on. Here, I got you, Chris.
Yeah, that's a good question, though. Do we have to do it in the form of a question, Jeopardy style?
Yes,
We're doing
please.
Jeopardy style, man.
Yep, we got to do a Jeopardy style.
Go Jeopardy or go home.
Okay, so the categories. You ready to begin?
Yes.
The categories are, remember there's 4. Round the World, Hooray for Hollywood, Stupid Answers, and For Those About to Rock.
Now, quick question.
Yeah.
Our scorekeeper will be?
I can do it. You can do it.
I thought Romano was going to do it.
Okay. Romano's going to do it. Yeah.
But do you want? I think I'm just going to do it on my computer. If I keep walking up in there, I'm going to get in the.
No, don't put it on there. Don't put it on there. Just
and
let
you
us
know
know
the
what
scoring process, right?
Yeah, you get penalized.
For incorrect answers.
Do you know how to add and subtract?
Wait. Hold on. Wait.
I was about to ask, are we going to get the calculator involved here? Or?
I am not. I don't watch Jeopardy. So if they get it wrong, they subtract that amount that they are.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
got it.
Yeah, we'll help you out along the way.
Okay.
All right.
This is why we did fewer answers here for this.
Because
All
we're
right.
idiots.
Hold on. Now Nick Murphy's moving. Dude.
So you can see the game board.
All right, we good to go?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, here we go. Since he's the birthday boy, we will allow Nick to get us started. So, Nick, what's it going to be?
All right, well, let's start with Round the World for 100, please.
All right, here we go. And the answer is Wyoming's largest lake. It lies right in the middle of a national... Nick McElwain.
What is Lake Yellowstone?
Yellowstone Lake. We'll give it to you. Yes. Okay, that's 100 points for Nick. All right, Nick, you get to choose again.
I'll take Round the World for 200, please.
All right, and the answer to that question, I shouldn't have trimmed my nails. I can't get this open. At over 3,500,000 square miles, this desert covers an area larger than Australia.
Hey!
Nick.
What is the Sahara?
That is correct.
Yeah.
So far, 300 points for Nick, 0
Nick
for Ryan.
picked a topic he is strong in, by the way.
Yeah, geography nerd here.
Yeah.
I'll do Round the World for 300, please.
All right, next answer is the number of states that touch the Pacific Ocean.
Hey!
Nick.
What is 5?
That is correct.
Wow.
You want to try and run the category?
Yeah, Round the World for 400, please.
All right, here we go. Round the world for 400. All right. The smallest and shallowest of the world's 5 oceans is this one.
Hey!
Nick.
What is the Arctic?
That is correct. He ran the category.
Damn.
Kathy, what's the total so far?
1,000 points.
1,000 points for Nick. 0 for Ryan. Well done, Kathy Romano.
What an adder.
On the math. All right, Nick, next category.
All right, let's just keep going to the right. We'll do Hooray for Hollywood for 100, please.
All right, and the answer is this PBS bird has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Hey!
Nick.
Who is Big Bird?
That is correct.
Wow.
All right.
Ryan.
I think Ryan's being nice.
Coffee didn't kick in yet.
You're just tuning in. Ryan Long, 16-time Jeopardy champion, taking on Nick McElwain in Jeopardy for his birthday. Did you want to do 200?
Yes, yeah.
I assume. Okay. I started.
Sometime Alex would pick a.
I'm going to override you on that and go with Potent Potables for 400.
Hooray for Hollywood. Here we go. Marilyn Monroe adored this jazz great and helped her get a booking at a Hollywood hotspot. Ryan.
Take a shot. Ella Fitzgerald.
That is correct.
In the form of a question.
Go ahead.
Jeopardy champ, Ryan Long.
My apologies. It's my Jeopardy champ privilege showing.
That is right. And by the way, in the first round, they were usually a little lenient with that.
Yes,
so.
they are. Now they get there are 2 rounds. What do you think? We're half-assed here, just because the board is falling apart. We left out double jeopardy.
Who is Ella Fitzgerald?
Very, very well done. Yes.
That's my reaction time's a little slow. I said.
All right. All right. So next category. Where would you like to go, Ryan?
Go on with Hollywood for 3.
All right. And the answer is she wrote Love to You All over her tiny bare footprints in 1935, and she was only 6 years old. Ryan.
Who is Shirley Temple?
That is correct. All right. What's the score so far, Kathy?
It is 1,100 to 500.
Yay for Kathy.
Yay, good job, Kathy. I'm her fact checker. Yeah, I got the thing.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, Ryan, you get to choose again.
Hollywood for 4. Please.
All right, we're going to close out the category, and here we go. Her father, Pat, created both the Today and Tonight shows as president of NBC. This is one of the tougher questions. Her father, Pat, created both the Today and Tonight shows as president
This dead air is going to make for great radio.
of NBC.
Yeah,
If they don't get it, I want to go for it.
We do get penalized for getting them wrong, so I'm not going to ring in on this one.
All right. Steve, what's the answer?
Sigourney Weaver?
That is correct.
Yeah. Wow. Nice.
All right. And Ryan, you still have the board.
Stupid answers for one.
All right, we're going straight across here. All right, stupid answers. In 1981, this 9-letter word was added to the state flag of Wisconsin. Ryan, your answer, please.
What is Wisconsin?
That is correct. 100 points.
He cracked himself over that.
Next.
Stupid for 2.
All right, and
this is a topic we all excel at.
Our answer is, it is the first verb in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hey!
Nick.
What is pledge?
That is correct. Yes, 200 points for Nick. Nick, you have control of the board.
Let's go for those about to rock for 100, please.
All right, we're switching categories. Here is your answer. After hearing Elvis live in his hometown of Lubbock, Texas, he switched to singing rock and roll. Ryan, your answer?
Who is Buddy Holly?
That is correct. 100 points for
Ryan,
Ryan.
a big music fan. We know that.
Ryan, you now have control.
Let's go stupid answers for 3 and satisfy my OCD.
All right.
Yeah, I hate when they don't finish this.
We almost got it complete in order all the way across. All right, here we go. It is the one-word name of the Ben & Jerry's flavor described as vanilla ice cream with vanilla bean specks. Ryan, your answer?
What is vanilla?
That is correct. Yes, 300 points for Ryan.
I forgot the category for a second.
Stupid.
Mott the
answers.
Hoople?
Yeah. All right, Ryan, we're going 400 here?
Yes,
All
absolutely.
right, stupid answers for 400. Closing out the category. In 1452, Leonardo da Vinci was born near a small Tuscan hill town called this.
Hey!
Nick.
What is Florence?
That is incorrect. Ryan is buzzing in.
What is Vinci?
That is correct. Leonardo of Vinci.
Yes.
And he was
I guess I'm just a little stupider than you, buddy.
Kathy, what's the score so far?
It is 900 to 1,400.
All right, so Nick has the lead right now. So where do we want to go in Those About to Rock?
For those about to rock for 4.
All right, 4. We're going to the bottom of the category. Ryan gets to choose. If you're just tuning in, Jeopardy champion Ryan Long facing off against Nick for his birthday. Here is the answer. At the concert for Bangladesh, George Harrison got this guitarist to chime in on While My Guitar Gently Weeps. We go to Nick.
Who is Eric Clapton?
That is correct. 400 points for Nick. Nick, you have control of the board.
For those about to rock for 300, please.
All right. Next answer is, this arena rock trio hit it big in the 70s with the Ayn Rand-inspired album 2112.
Hey!
Nick?
Who is Rush?
Better get that right.
And for 200, please.
All right, final category, and here we go. Final answer. This 90s band named themselves after the Seattle art installation.
Hey!
Nick.
Who is Soundgarden?
That is correct. Wow. All right, at the end of round 1, Kathy, what's the score?
Nick is leading with 1,800, Ryan with 1,400.
All right. Okay, narrowed it down a little bit, but we're close. So we move on to Double Jeopardy now.
Where the scores can really change.
That is correct. In fact, they double. And I got to make sure, Nick Murphy, I move this into the proper location.
Yes.
Is that good? All right, he says it looks good.
He
All right.
also says to wet your lips and seduce the camera.
Now, normally we go over and we interview the contestants at this point. Actually,
yes.
it's during the break.
Do it
during
now.
the break of first. So, Nick McElwain, you have a very large head.
Yes, I do.
Tell us about that.
Was that painful for your mother?
Yeah.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pro Team Collision. If you find yourself in an accident, trust the pros. Pro Team Collision, your trusted auto body repair shop located in King of Prussia. You can go to proteamcollision.com. Man, this is a really strange story. A Wikipedia conference in Manhattan descended into chaos on Friday morning when an unhinged Ohio man jumped on stage and pointed a gun at his own head. Connor Weston, 27 years old, allegedly clutched the loaded revolver as he declared, I am a non-contact pedophile. I want to kill myself, prompting Wiki conference staff to quickly tackle and disarm him before cops took him into custody.
This must be some sort of performance art.
Right. So one of the staffers said it was just pure adrenaline. He helped stop the gunman. He said, since you're on the trust and safety team, you're expected to do this. We're not used to loaded weapons in the same room. We're used to more prank behavior.
Now do Jack Nicholson.
Weston, who wore a multicolored banner draped over his shoulders and a sign around his neck with the words anti-contact, non-offending pedophile. He was detained at the conference, which was hosted at Union Square Civic Hall. Weston's awaiting charges at the NYPD's 9th District. No one was hurt, but the disturbing ordeal was enough to rattle witnesses and others inside of the building. Weston, who's from Dayton, had registered for the conference, and in late June had posted on social media explaining that he is fundamentally against adult/minor relations. He said, because I know they are harmful. He said, I don't have any urges that I have to control, just like how most straight men have the urge to don't have the urge to rape every woman they meet. He said, pedophilia is not a choice. I can choose to not harm minors, but I cannot choose to stop being attracted to them. I told you this was disturbing.
I also use Wikipedia.
Oh, my God.
We're still trying to figure out the connection.
A Wikipedia Foundation spokesperson said the conference will continue, though with extra security and police presence after the gunman was cuffed. Oh, by the way, I use Wikipedia.
Oh, by the way, I also use Wikipedia.
Oh, that's why he's here.
Oh, okay. Now I get it. Yeah. A TikTok user's public service announcement about gas pumps hygiene has gone viral after she shared a disturbing encounter that changed her gas station habits forever. The video has sparked a conversation about the cleanliness of public surfaces and prompted many viewers to reconsider their own fueling routines. The TikTok user, KRY, posted a 24-second video. The clip shows her inside the car before demonstrating how she now pumps gas while wearing latex gloves, explaining the unsanitary incident that motivated the change. She said, I was at a gas station not long ago, and I witnessed with my own two eyes a man at the pump in front of me reaching into his pants and aggressively scratching his balls and then using that same hand to grab the pump to put it in. And she said that her concerns are backed by scientific research. A major study by Kimberly-Clark Professional Tested Services in 6 major U.S. cities and found that 71% of gas pump handles are highly contaminated with microbes associated with illness and disease.
I'm not wearing underwear.
Even more alarming research published by BusBud found gas pump handles harbor an average of 2,011,970 colony-forming units per square inch, approximately 11,000 times more contaminated than a typical household toilet seat.
So how would that compare to like the door on the gas station going inside?
Don't know.
Yeah.
So research confirms the broader contamination pattern, showing that mailbox handles are 68% contaminated, escalator rails 43%, and ATM buttons 41%.
Yeah. This one has nut scrapings all over it.
The types of bacteria.
Yeah, this one's covered in nut scrapings.
The types of bacteria found are particularly concerning, including some that can cause skin infections, toxic shock syndrome,
pulling the nut scrapings off,
and pneumonia, and others linked to food poisoning and infections in newborns. So some people, though, were suggesting you don't have to put latex gloves on. They have paper towels right there at the pumps usually.
Or you get expensive like Audrey Hepburn, elbow
length gloves. Yeah, sure. A surfer at Steamer Lane in California says an otter bit her foot and then climbed onto her surfboard Tuesday evening, holding it hostage for around 20 minutes until rescuers rushed in.
Oh, they're getting aggressive, aren't they?
Yeah, it's Isabella Urduna was paddling out when she felt a nip on her foot. She rolled off and turned to see an otter perched on her board. I mean, it jumped up on there. Unsure what to do.
You get the best barrels ever.
Unsure what to do, Arduna called to another surfer to help. A full water rescue followed, with emergency crews arriving within minutes. Ben Coffey, a Marine safety officer with Santa Cruz Fire, helped escort Ordino out of the water and said, "You don't go out there thinking an otter is going to get on your board," adding that she stayed calm and was not hurt during the incident. The encounter revived memories of Otter 841, a female sea otter that went viral 2 years ago for repeatedly taking over surfers' boards in Santa Cruz. Whether it's the same otter is unknown. Experts note that there's no current way to confirm 841's identity. She previously had a tracker, but is no longer on her. Orduna left the beach uninjured and in good spirits. And as a surfer, she said it's important to remember that humans are guests in the ocean and to respect wildlife. She doesn't hold a grudge, just plans to be a bit more cautious about who she shares the lineup with.
So those are about 2 to 3 times bigger than the river otters that I swam with. This is a place in Delaware. Yeah, but these are much bigger.
Yeah, so though a little more formidable. All right, and there you go. That is where we will wrap up the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back in a second. We got stuff to give away with the lesson question. Our friends from Nifty 50s are offering up something. So if you've been paying attention, stay close because you might win. We'll get trash and music news too. Stay there.
She ended up having 3 straight C-sections as a result, and
we share that kind of in common. My mother was in a very long birth because apparently my head got stuck. So.
You know what? I will. I'll say say hi to my mom. It's her half birthday today. But she's the reason I started watching Jeopardy in the first place. So Ryan, in a weird twist of fate, maybe part of the reason why you're here today is because of my mom, and I love Betsy dearly, and she's a huge Jeopardy fan and a huge fan of yours, Ryan. So shout out to Betsy.
That's pretty cool.
Shout out to Betsy.
All right, Ryan Long, you're from Bucks County, Pennsylvania?
Well, I grew up there part of the way, but yeah, pretty much.
All right, where do you call home now?
I live in Mount Airy.
In Mount Airy. All right, and
you're my neighbor.
Yeah, I sure am.
Should come over.
See how I hesitated, but politely though?
Yeah, no, I would too. I would never go near my house.
Real quick, tell us about your. Nick went and auditioned for Jeopardy. Tell us about the steps that you went through to eventually make it on the show.
Oh well, yeah, I auditioned, and this is, I guess, are they doing them in person now?
You start the online process, and it used to be different than it is now.
Yeah, no. Well, I took the online, and then I did a Zoom interview, and then I just, sat on my ass for a year and a half.
A year and a half?
Year and a half?
So when
about 14 months. Yeah.
It was wild for a bit, Ryan, because the only pool of contestants they were pulling from were in the Los Angeles area, where we're right there. During COVID, they weren't bringing people or making people travel, and now it's opened up again. And you very often now find people from Philadelphia in this area on Jeopardy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess we are very good at hiding our smarts. So.
I think there's a lady on Monday that's from Philly as well.
Yes.
I think I saw something on Action News last night or the day before. So we're going to have another Philly contestant representing Philly on Jeopardy next week.
Nice.
All right, well,
by the way, Preston, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
You're doing an excellent job, and Kathy, as scorekeeper, is doing a phenomenal job as well.
Thank you.
She is.
And Casey, as fact checker to the scorekeeper, is doing a great job.
I think we stayed away from any pronunciations where I might need to use a dialect, which is always one of Alex's great skills. When he would pronounce something, no matter what language or what dialect it was, he would make sure that he rolled his R's when it was necessary and so on.
You'll just sound like Borat.
I will. Let's begin.
To watch the ladies make water.
All right, so let's get started. Casey, give me some music here as we head into round number 2. Get it like the Jeopardy theme.
Oh,
Something a little more upbeat.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're going to. All right, so the categories for round 2 are. Thank you. I know. Worked really hard on that. Cinespeak, Do a 180, All in Our Heads and Textbooks, and Fuzzy Friends.
Fuzzy Friend.
Those are the categories. All right, so the way it usually works is whoever leads has control of the board, I believe.
No,
whoever's losing has control of the board, I believe. Ryan, you get to
He
be
gets to spin the wheel.
All right, Ryan, where are we going to go?
Jesus. For Fuzzy Friends for 400.
Fuzzy Friends for 400. All right, now we're taking a different approach. We're going to bounce around the board a little bit here. All right, so the answer is, when faced with danger, certain ducks, snakes, and mammals do this, also called thanatosis. Ryan, what's the answer?
What is playing dead?
That is correct. So 400 points for Ryan. Next, please.
All in Our Heads and Textbooks for 2, please.
All right. And that answer is An infant might exhibit this type of anxiety when they are taken away from someone to whom they have a strong attachment. An infant might exhibit this type of anxiety when taken away from someone to whom... Yes, Nick.
What is separation anxiety?
That is correct.
Nice.
200 points for Nick. All right, Nick, you have control of the board.
Let's do Fuzzy Friends for 2, please.
All right, and that answer is the two-toed one of these can live... Nick?
What is the sloth?
That is correct. All right, next category.
Fuzzy Friends for 6, please.
All right, and our answer for that one is... It's the world's largest burrowing animal and can make a destructive tunnel complex 650 feet long, so farmers don't find it as cute. All right, Nick?
What is a prairie dog?
That is incorrect. So farmers don't find it as cute as zoogoers might find it. It's the world's largest burrowing animal and can make a destructive tunnel complex 650 feet long. Ryan, any answer?
I'm sorry I made you wait for me not to answer.
Okay. The answer is, a wombat. They usually give the answers.
Yeah.
A wombat. All right.
Yeah, he does give the answer.
Nick, next category.
Well, finish out the category, Fuzzy Friends for 8.
All right, and that answer is...
You're so excited.
It's a birthday wish come true.
The arrival of foxes in Western Australia in the 1920s was bad news for the quokka, a type of this kangaroo relative. Ryan.
Ooh, what is a wallaby?
That is correct. 800 points. By the way, the points are doubled here. All right, Ryan, you have control of the board. Where are we going to go?
Doing 180 for 4, please.
All right, and that answer is... This position is the last line of defense in rugby. In the NFL, it's the offensive role of Larry... Oh, my God, I can't pronounce his name. Larry Csonka and Moose Johnson.
Larry Csonka.
Csonka. Spell with a C?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what I did.
Guy's stupid.
This position is the last line of defense in rugby, but in the NFL, it's the offensive role of Larry Csonka and Moose Johnson. Ryan.
What is a tackle?
That is incorrect. Nick, do you want to take a shot at it?
No.
Okay.
Oh, it's a fullback.
The fullback.
How much was that, by the way?
400. All right, so no answer. Or wait. Yes, incorrect answer, right?
Answer.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, Nick, where are we going to go?
Do I go or didn't Ryan get the last one right?
He did.
No, I got it wrong.
Well, no, you got the last one right, but you also got the last one wrong.
Yes.
He had control of the board last?
Yes.
Okay, Ryan, where would you like to go?
Doing 180 for 6.
All right, and that answer is...
So ashamed I got that wrong.
Like a score in U.S. football, a goal kick, a reminder of rugby's soccer origins, is worth this many points. Ryan.
A goal kick?
Yes.
Like a field goal? Or just a point after time?
I'll read it for you again. Like a score in U.S. football, a goal kick, a reminder of rugby's soccer origins, is worth this many points. So it's in rugby.
3? What is
that?
3?
Is correct. Yes. Yep. What is 3? Yes.
Even when he sheepishly gives the answer, he's right.
A funky word one. Kathy, what's the score so far?
Ryan is leading with 3,000 points. Nick has only 1,400.
What? What happens in Double Jeopardy? All right, Ryan.
Where the points can really change.
Hold on, Casey has different scores.
I thought Nick had 1,600.
It's like my math is
math
is bad, but not that bad.
He lost 600 points when he had 2,200.
No, he only had 2,100.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Let's go, Ryan.
You can feel confident. That's 15, not 14.
Yeah.
That's 15, not 14.
Let's just meet in the middle. We'll give him.
I believe you scored 3.
Listen, I think I'm correct. If we want,
I think you scored 3 touchdowns and I had 7 home runs. Is that the math we're working with here?
That's it. Absolutely. Well, you can be confident in the results of this match.
All right, we're sticking with Kathy's numbers.
Yes, we are.
All right, Ryan, what's next?
Do a 180 for 8.
All right, and that answer is... The Timbers represent this city in Major League Soccer.
Hey!
Nick.
What is Portland?
That is correct for 800 points. If you're just tuning in, we have Nick on his birthday facing off in Jeopardy against 16-time champion Ryan Long. All right, Nick.
Let's do Cinespeak for 8.
All right, Cinespeak for 8. 2008. I know who I am. I'm a dude playing a dude. Ryan?
What is Tropic Thunder?
Yes, well done. 800 points.
Great
All right,
scene.
Ryan, where would you like to go
I was
next?
saving the
Word of the Week prize. Made an announcement earlier today that I'm going to hit again because we have a Bird Bot pop-up in the MMR Rock Shop. And if you want to be the first to own some Bird Bot merch, you need to go to WMMR.com right now. And, of course, I can't wait to see people wearing the official Bird Bot bib overalls. They're green and white striped. They're obnoxious in a great way. And you will definitely stand out if you're wearing these.
We should offer up a prize to the first person to wear those behind a reporter at a remote.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I love
Something not tragic, but yeah.
Yeah. Maybe a sports story or something like that.
Exactly.
Tie right into it. So, but there's a lot of things. There's T-shirts and hoodies and koozies and all kinds of tchotchkes that you can get that are BirdBot adorned. And we did this because apparently the popularity of BirdBot is still fast and furious. So.
Well, of course, tied to two Super Bowl victories.
Yep. Let me see real quick. I want to do a shout out before we get into lesson question. This is from Brian Andrioli, who had emailed me. He says, Preston and Steve, you guys rock. This past up in North Jersey at Mountain View Golf Course. We had our Special Olympics golf outing, and me and my dad, who is my partner, played great against the people we were playing with. We played great as well as did so well. We tied with the people we played against, and we went into a tiebreaker, and we got the gold medal that we played as well. So he and his dad, Tony, won the gold medal. They're from Gloucester City, New Jersey. So I wanted to give some love to Brian and his dad, Tony, and send a shout out and congratulations, guys. That's really cool. I was happy to hear about that. And you played way better than I did this weekend. All right, we're going to...
Are you giving up golf the way Casey gave up sports?
F this game.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Stupid game.
Stupid damn game. I'm getting fed up with it.
You going out today?
Making me sick.
He's got to go practice.
Look outside. It's too windy.
Too windy.
Yeah. All right. Anyhow, we have a lesson question. We're going to give some away. We have an announcement coming up in Music News in just a moment. But in the meantime, lesson question time. We're going to give away a $50 Nifty 50s gift card if you can answer this question correctly. This morning, we found out that Nell actually worked in an industry featuring which material? She's a tradesman of sorts.
Yes. Oh, yeah, she is.
All right, so this morning we found out that Nell actually worked in an industry featuring which material. We talked about this subject around 7:30 or so this morning. Let's see if you were listening. And if you know, call and we'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Horizon Services this fall. And make sure you call them this fall and cross one worry off of your list before winter hits. Right now, you can get up to $1,150 off a new HVAC system replacement plus 0% financing. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, the reconciliation rumors persist with Blac Chyna, suggesting she and ex-Rob Kardashian are currently, quote, going with the flow. Chyna says Rob is like a big, comfortable blanket in that he's stupid. Brandy saying a bout of dehydration forced her to walk off the stage during a show in Chicago Saturday night. Brandy says her doctor has advised her to drink water.
Hey!
And finally, Carol Freeman Branstein opening up about her shocking decision to leave The Golden Bachelor, saying she was not connecting to Bachelor Mel Owens. Branstein says she had never been with a man who cries after a hand job.
Oh, my God.
That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right. Let's see if we can get a winner and somebody who knows the answer to this question this morning. We found out that Nell actually worked in an industry featuring what material, and it is Bridget that we are going to chat with. Hi there, Bridget.
Hi, good morning. Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks to you, Bridget. So what industry did Nell work in?
Concrete.
Yeah, that's right. Bridget, hang on. We're going to give you a $50 Nifty 50s gift card, and Nifty 50s a 10-time Best of Philly winner, and now open in Newark, Delaware, and Fairless Hills, PA. You can order online at no fee delivery, or you get no fee delivery through the Nifty 50s app. Nifty 50s, taste the memory.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, brought to you by Horizon Services. They have the plumbing expertise because they've seen it all. Right now, get a free, no-obligation plumbing inspection with any paid service to catch any issues before they come a real scare. Kay, should we do the announcement at the beginning, or what do you think?
Your call. I don't con.
You don't con?
Yeah. Let's do it first. Here we go.
All right, we'll do it first. So we are happy to announce there's an event coming up Friday, August 21st at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. And I'm glad I didn't buy tickets somewhere else in the country because the Rush 50-something tour is coming to town. And we have your chance to win your way in. These will be a much sought-after ticket, obviously. And here's what you got to do. You got to listen to Pierre Robert. Listen to his show this week and keep track of all the Rush songs that he will play during his shows this week. And then on Friday, be the number 50 caller when he tells you it's time to get the tickets. And then you name all the song titles, and then you will get the tickets to the show.
So you've got to be relieved of this, or at least happy.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, very much so. So I told you guys I wasn't sure if I was going to go or not because the idea of taking a trip and going on somewhere, and I have my hearing issues and stuff that, go and listen with earplugs in. I will go to a show in town.
Right.
Rather than plan a trip somewhere else in another city, and I will definitely check this out.
I was thinking the Preston version of this for me. In all the promotional material that I've seen, it's just
Getty and Alex.
Getty and Alex, yeah.
Yep.
Which is right, I think, initially, and then weave the new edition in.
Yeah, Annika is her name. So, but there's going to be a couple extra musicians on board as well to fill out the sound and let these guys create on or focus on some other things. But the tickets for the show go on sale noon on Halloween. So Friday the 31st, a week from this coming Friday, via Ticketmaster. And if you go to WMMR.com, there's another chance for you to win tickets, and all the pre-sale information is there as well. So it's pretty cool.
I have to imagine, especially in light of everything, that this is going to sell out quickly.
I would think so.
Right?
Yeah. I would think so, yeah.
Even the moderate fan will seize the opportunity.
So, again, it's Rush, Friday, August 21st at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. And listen to Pierre starting today all week long. And on Friday, he will ask you to name all those songs that he's played all week. And if you name all those, if you're caller number 50, and you can get the tickets. So it's a pretty cool thing. So listen to Pierre today. All right, elsewhere, had some other stories. Slipknot. They have filed a lawsuit against the owner of the Slipknot.com domain for cyber squatting and trademark infringement.
What?
The lawsuit says the domain was registered in 2001, several years after the band formed in the mid-1990s. Since then, Slipknot has used Slipknot1.com as its official website. The Slipknot.com domain is being used to profit from the band's name by providing pay-per-click ad links for concert tickets, merchandise, and VIP packages.
Well, that's not right.
No. The band's lawyer says the domain was registered to profit off of Slipknot's goodwill and trick fans into thinking it's the band's official site. The owner of Slipknot.com is unknown, with records listing only post office box address in the Cayman Islands.
That sounds pretty shady.
Yep, and an organization called Slipknot Online Services Limited that isn't registered to any U.S. state. Well, this is sad to see. Sam Rivers, bassist and co-founder for Limp Bizkit, has passed away. The band made the announcement on their Instagram on Saturday. They wrote, "In loving memory of our brother, Sam Rivers. Today we lost our brother, bandmate, our heartbeat." Sam Rivers wasn't just our bass player. They said he was pure magic, the pulse beneath every song, the calm and the chaos, the soul and the sound. No cause of death has been announced, but he was only 48 years old. So
it's horrible.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
We'll wait and see if there's more information coming out about that. All right, so we heard from Neil Schon, and now we have heard from Jonathan Cain's reps in the past, and now we hear from Jonathan Cain himself on the conflicting, confusing stories about his status in Journey. So to catch you up, Schon and Cain had announced that he was leaving the legendary band. Kane's reps refuted that, and then Sean walked back his initial statement saying, John is playing. He's staying at the end of 26-27, and he will move on. We'll have a great couple of years. Well, some are confused, and Kane is putting the whole thing to rest. Friday morning, he was interviewed, and he was asked to clarify things. He said what was really said was that I was going to do these next 2 tours with Journey and just kind of wrap it up. He said, because I felt like I didn't want to die on the road in my sleep at 80 years old like John Lodge did of the Moody Blues. He said, I was very, very disturbed when I saw that, but it just feels like a good time to enjoy my grandkids and my family. I've given a lot. I've given enough, he said. It'll be 2 years, so 2 different tours, and yeah.
How old is he?
Well, I guess he's 78, yeah, which is pretty wild. I never thought about him.
No, never thought that.
That far in age, but he said he doesn't want to be 80.
I thought John Lodge was at home.
I don't know. I thought so, too.
No, he's just lying all over the place.
This guy.
This guy, you're a liar.
And then finally, in an interview with the Sunday Times, Debbie Harry weighed in on who should play her in a hypothetical biopic. She said, if it were somebody like Florence Pugh, I would be in heaven. She said, I just think that she's a great actor and she could do anything. Pugh is already on record as saying that she'd be all in on a Blondie biopic. At the Santa Barbara International Film Festival in 2020, she was asked what famous figures she might want to portray on the screen, and she let it be known that if a film was made on the life and career of Debbie Harry, she was putting her hat in the ring to play the lead.
I could see that.
She said, just because she's so cool.
Yeah, actually, the first face that I thought of was Sydney Sweeney, believe it or not.
Maybe.
I thought maybe that one.
Yeah.
Or do you go with somebody who can actually sing, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. But nonetheless, Debbie Harry gives her stamp of approval for Florence Pugh. See if that ends up happening. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the not in the entertainment news, in the music news for you.
But it was entertaining.
Oh, good. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a second, and we will wrap this up. Stay with us.
Let's finish off. Do a 180 for 2, please.
All right, doing a 180 for 2, and the answer is this 5-letter word means an extended exchange of strokes before a point in tennis.
Hey!
Nick.
What is a serve?
That is incorrect. This 5-letter word means an extended exchange of strokes before a point in tennis.
No.
No answer?
No.
It is, Nick, Steve, you want to answer that?
A rally?
A rally is correct. Well done, yes. So 200 points for Steve.
Thank you, Kevin.
By the way, Steve has like 600 points by now.
If I lose to Steve in this game.
Do you know what the problem is? It's like I'm watching Jeopardy and I want to.
I know, you want to say it out loud, right?
That would be awesome if like 2 people are playing and you somehow come in 3rd place.
You know what? I want to ask you guys who do the same thing. When you're watching Jeopardy on TV and you're saying the answers out loud, if you confidently know it, you just say the answer. But if I have to take a split second, I add the what is a, you know what I mean?
Oh, you drag it out.
Or you go like this. Argentina. Argentina.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Who's up? Who has control of the board here?
I guess that would be me.
All right, Ryan, where do we want to go?
Hey, you know what? This will be my birthday gift to you. Go ahead. You choose one.
All right, Nick.
Well, thanks, Ryan. Let's do Cinespeak for 6, please.
All right, Cinespeak for 6. And that answer is 1993. If the Pirates of the Caribbean breaks down, the Pirates... Ryan?
What is Jurassic Park?
That is correct.
Yes.
The Pirates don't eat the tourists.
Yes.
Is the finish of that line. All right, where to next, Ryan?
I have one. I'm going to deny myself. All in our heads and textbooks for 4.
All right. All in our heads and textbooks. The answer is submissive and pugnacious are synonyms for the 2 words in this type of behavior. Fine, whatever. Ryan.
What is passive aggressive?
That is correct. Yes, 400 points. All right, where next, Ryan?
Textbooks for 6, please.
All right, and that answer is the DSM-5 psychiatry text defines it as, quote, persistent difficulty discarding or parting with possessions. Ryan, the answer?
What is hoarding?
Yes, 600 points for Ryan.
You got to see Kathy's adding skills over here. They're amazing.
Yeah, really good.
All right, next, Ryan.
I think I saw an abacus.
Why the sundial, though?
What is an abacus?
What is? What
you don't know?
It is.
What is?
Yeah,
an abacus.
It is like gingivitis.
We'll go with that.
All right, Ryan, where would you like to go?
Textbooks for 8, please.
All right, closing out the category with the answer. In the operant kind of this learning process, desired behavior is rewarded. Ryan.
What is conditioning?
Yes, that is correct for 800 points.
Killing it in double.
We have 2 clues left. Where are we going to go? Cinespeak, what would you like?
Cinespeak for 2, please.
For 2. All right. And the answer is 1986. I feel the need. All right, Ryan.
What is Top Gun?
That is correct. The Need for Speed. And the final category, 400 points in Cinespeak, is 2013. Look at me. Look at me.
Hey!
Nick?
What is Captain Phillips?
Yes, Nick got one! 400 points. Kathy, and we have no... Wait, do we have Final Jeopardy?
Oh, come on.
Yes, we do have Final Jeopardy. All right, what's the total so far?
All right, Ryan is leading 6,400 points. Nick with 2,400.
Hey. All right. If you would, please, we have our own Vanna White, Bill Weston, bringing over the Final Jeopardy category. And normally...
Stop talking.
We give you the category,
right?
And then they have a moment to make the wagers.
Right. So the category, then right, exactly.
Oh, Nick will like this. Final Jeopardy category is National Historic Landmarks.
National Historic Landmarks, and you both have to make your wager.
Okay, so you make your wager now. Now, it's at this point, me and Casey and Nick have this little game that we do sometimes when the category will pop up. If we happen to be watching Jeopardy at the same time, we will text each other. And before we even hear the clue, we'll try to guess what the answer is. Just wildly, just on the base category
so
knowledge.
write down an answer.
Yeah.
You guys do it now.
Yep, we would write it down now. And on occasion, we've actually gotten them right.
Because, and again, sometimes, and the obviously the pros know this.
Well, the clue will give you an answer sometimes.
Yeah.
But just the category alone,
I wrote my answer
it's
down.
a wild guess. All right, Casey wrote down one just for fun. So
Wait, real quick, how many points do I have, Kath?
You have 2,400.
Okay.
And
you're
Ryan
saying
has
there's a
how many?
chance.
Ryan has 6,400.
6,400.
Right, got it?
Yeah, it depends on how greedy Ryan is feeling, you know? I mean, we'll
Remember
see.
Cliff Clavin on Cheers that one time? Who are 3 people who have never been in my kitchen and he bet the whole shebang?
All right. Have you guys made your wagers?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So let me now reveal this. All right, Casey, different music, please.
Yes.
Let's change it.
Inagata Devita.
Yeah, please play Iron Butterflies, Inagata Devita. All right, so here we go. Final Jeopardy, and then you can hit the Jeopardy theme because that's how long it takes for them to fill this out. In National Historic Landmarks, landmarks in 2 states include the... What is this?
Oh, we're dead.
Landmarks in 2 states include the 155-year-old bridge connecting Covington, Kentucky to this city.
Larry Zonka.
Landmarks in 2 states include the 155-year-old bridge connecting Covington, Kentucky to this city. All right, write down your answers now. And this is when the camera pans across the contestants. Right now we're zooming in very close to Nick.
Nice,
And
Nick.
a little fade, a little dissolve to both of our contestants. All right.
All right, pens down.
Time is up.
All right.
All right. So we go to, we started on the low end first, I believe, to see what Nick's answer is. Nick, landmarks in 2 states include the 155-year-old bridge connecting Covington, Kentucky to this city. Your answer is?
What is Cincinnati, Ohio?
Which is correct. And how much did you wager?
I bet it all, Alex.
You bet it all, Alex.
All right.
2,400. So, Kathy, 4,800.
That would be 4,800.
All right, well done.
She's so good.
All right, now on to Jeopardy champion Ryan Long. Ryan, your answer? Happy birthday, Nick, and he bet 1,000. That meant he did not know the answer, and so he loses 1,000, Kathy.
And he is still our winner.
And we still are Jeopardy champion, Now 17 times. Ryan Long.
This is official. Yes, 17.
Yes.
17 times.
All right, now, we had a feeling something like this might happen.
So double Jeopardy?
No. But we whipped up a category, Nick, that you might do better than he has done in. So we're going to try you guys out on this final Jeopardy category.
And Ryan, you said you're a fan of the show and you've been listening.
Yeah.
So this might favor Nick a little bit more, but you could have a shot at this.
All right, so Casey, if you would bring the music down. Our final fun category is 2 Nicks and a cup. Milestone moments from the broadcast life of Nick McElwain. So buzz in if you know the answer.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
It's actually, if you don't realize, it's actually skewed towards you, Nick.
Okay. All right, so
it'll favor you.
Gotcha.
It's the meteorological condition that caused Nick to exclaim, guess what I get to do?
Hey!
Nick McElwain.
What is snow?
That is correct, yes. So we'll do 200 points for Nick there. We'll double it each time. All right, next answer. It's Nick's incorrect explanation of why birds seem to tilt their heads towards the ground.
Hey!
Nick.
What is they're listening?
For?
Worms.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
For 400?
400 for that. All right, 600 for this one. It's Nick's deep dive that led to his belief that this Oscar-winning song was actually titled Shiloh. Ryan?
What is shallow?
Yes!
My man.
Ryan got 600 points.
Wait, hold on, because I gave those points to Nick already. Casey, what was Nick at? 5,400?
I don't know.
I think it was 12,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just starting fresh.
All right, okay.
Whatever you want to do.
Starting all over again.
Just make it yen.
All right, I'm going to stop keeping count.
All right, now this is a tough one, okay? It is the core training contraption that made Nick an early pre-meme video star.
Hey!
All right, Nick.
What is a balancing roll?
Yes, a balance board. Balancing roll. That's correct. 3 WMMR, 7 Nation Army. It's 10:35. Wrapping up our program on this Monday morning. And a busy one today. Had a lot of things to share with you, including a couple of announcements, which I'll go ahead and reiterate right now. First off, we have our BirdBot pop-up shop. And that is available for a limited time. If you want to get your BirdBot merch, you only have until Wednesday, October 29th. So go to the rockshop, WMMR.com. You can take advantage of these new BirdBot items, which are great. And these would be good gifts, by the way, for Birds fans anywhere and everywhere. So make sure you do that. And then we made the announcement that Rush is coming to town. Yes, the 50-something tour with Alex and Getty heading back out on the road together with phenomenal drummer Annika. And they're coming to the Xfinity Mobile Arena Friday, August 21st. We'll get Pierre to mention what's going on with that in just a second. After I thank a few other people. We had Christy Martin here in the studio.
Yes.
New movie starring Sydney Sweeney about her life called Christy. And you will catch that in theaters November 7th. There is a screening tonight, 8:30. She'll be there for a Q&A. It's at the Philadelphia Film Society Center, 1412 Chestnut Street. And tickets are available at filmadelphia.org. And then two guys that were hanging out with the Philadelphia film crew last night, Brad Inglesby and Jeremiah Zagar. Brad is the creator and executive producer of Task, and Jeremiah directed most of a handful, or I guess half of the episodes, including the finale, which was last night. So you can catch that on HBO Max. It was a great conversation we had with these
Absolutely.
guys. And the show is just excellent. I cannot wait to watch the final episode today, later on. And then Pierre Robert made it in. How you doing?
Fine, thank you. How are you kids? Windy out there.
Doing all right. It looks quite breezy gazing out the window here.
But it's a good day.
Yeah, very good. Yes.
Well, the Rush thing.
Yeah.
You announced the Rush date. What's the date again?
The concert is Friday, August 21st.
Because what I was curious about, in the towns that they're going to, they're doing multiple nights because they're not going to that many towns. Mm-hmm. Have we heard anything about multiple nights here?
No.
So
that's the only one that I have.
This could just be a one-night thing then.
My guess is they'll add a night because it seemed like every night, every place they were playing was 2 nights. It looked that way.
Well, that was on the initial. That's the initial rollout. Yeah. So I don't know.
When does it start?
The tour?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm asking too many questions.
No, it starts in June.
Because you had said when you first announced it that there would be like 6 or 7 dates.
Yeah.
And
it seemed weird at that time, especially locations.
But there would be more dates, like 3 or 4 or 5 nights in a town. So I'm just curious if that might be the case. We don't know.
Yeah, so looking at this, Nick just pulled this up. It starts in June in L.A., and the most they're doing in any city are 2 nights.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what they might do is if you look at the dates around when they're playing in Philly, if there are open dates, they might see how this first show sells, and if they maybe need to add another one. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe, possibly.
All right.
Are you a cop?
I am. I'm doing an investigation.
Very good.
Hey, he's on the Rush Division.
They call me Columbo Pierre.
Columbo Pierre?
Yeah, they do.
Okay. Isn't that his last name, though?
Yeah.
Pierre Columbo.
Yeah.
It was?
Yeah. Well, his first name wasn't Columbo.
It wasn't?
No.
I thought it was Columbo Jones.
There was Barnaby Jones.
Barnaby Jones.
Yeah.
But he had
Columbo Jones.
And then Cannon, who
Come
was
on.
the super heavy.
We're so dating ourselves.
Oh, my God.
Mannix.
Oh, God, I remember all those.
Longstreet, who was blind.
Yes, under 40, people are going, who are they talking about? It's all right.
Detectives of our time.
Detectives of our time.
All right. Shall we get, hang on. Going back to the Rush thing, because I didn't, we'll find out what you have going on. Let's do the letter of the day first. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
H as in health.
All right, and we're going to give away on Friday Dorney Ultimate Halloween Haunt Experience. This will include 4 admission passes to the park, 4 haunted attraction passes, which unlocks unlimited priority access to all haunted mazes, 4 fast lane vouchers, you bypass the regular line, 4 meal vouchers, 4 souvenir bottles, and a parking pass.
Wow.
You got to hurry up because all of your thrill seekers out there are going to enjoy this for only 2 weeks left for Halloween Haunt. And it's at Dorney Park, of course. All your nightmares come to life during Halloween Haunt at Dorney Park. Select nights throughout November 2nd. And for the best deals on tickets, you can visit DorneyPark.com. So, yes, with the Rush thing, with them coming to town, it's all this week you're doing this, right?
Right.
Okay.
I'll play songs every day, and your task as a listener is to keep track of them. And then on Friday, we will call for them. And then the 50th caller will get a pair of tickets. Pretty cool.
Do we know if you're doing more than one song a day or any idea?
I don't know yet.
You don't know, okay.
Today, I think we'll start just with one, maybe as a vinyl cut, depending on what we have in our vinyl Rush stash.
Okay.
And then go from there.
All right. By the way, Columbo's first name was Frank.
Really?
Yeah, we just found out. Lieutenant Frank Columbo.
Was that ever mentioned in the show?
Yes, it was. Yeah. Oh, excuse me, sir. Yeah, what? Okay. That was always his thing. There were 2 types of Columbo mysteries. One where you knew who had done it in the beginning, and it was him ensnaring the person. And then there were ones where he was actually solving the crime.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but the better ones were the ones where he was just ensnaring the person who was guilty. Frank Columbo.
Frank Columbo. We have learned something lately.
And he had a wife, too.
Who?
He had a wife who had her own series.
He did?
Yeah. Kate Mulgrew played Mrs. Columbo.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So on the program, in addition to that, Tom Petty's birthday, we're going to get to that. And today's the anniversary of the Concert for New York in New York City, which was done a little over a month after 9/11. And it was the most magnificent gathering of people, from Paul McCartney to Bon Jovi to Eric Clapton to Mick Jagger and Keith Richards and David Bowie. And we have the double album set and a wicked song from The Who that we will do selections from.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors as well. The Preston and Steve show has been brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve show runs on Dunkin'. And by United Tire and Service. Roll in for 4 new tires and save $25 on any winterization service. Don't drive alone. Drive United. UnitedTire.com. Tomorrow on our program, Nick, reach out to your dad because Tony Danza is going to be joining us.
He's back in town.
All right, and we'll see what else we can do. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll do it again tomorrow, friend, and we will see you here. Bye-bye.